You guys seem to be doing all right, so that's good to see. And I'm planning on doing a commentary. We just went live, but I plan on doing a commentary, and I'm gonna be citing a bunch of the videos you guys have been doing about what happened in the Capitol, because I think that you're basically covering all the bases that you need to. In the fact that, like, because the fact is, the one thing you guys aren't saying is, I already know how this is gonna end. Like, because this is the same type of thing that happened with BLM. Like, what happened with BLM? Oh, fucking America's evil, white people and cops are killing everyone. So what happens? A lunatic black person goes out and kills a bunch of people. And then the media goes, oh yeah, let's stop talking about that for a few months. It's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. Well, that's the other thing. People going like, oh my god, this whole event was such the wrong thing to do, blah, blah, blah. It's like, they were going to do this anyways. They were going to do this anyways. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you could say that, like, the things that were done, X, Y, and Z were morally wrong, as I did, because I think that's fine to do. But to say that, like, oh, the whole thing was, you know, to use, like, there's a bunch of right-wingers calling it, like, a genuine insurrection and all this shit. It's like, you guys are literally just accepting the entire framework of the left, and they're going to use this basically to get you killed. So have fun getting your fellow supporters fucking killed, you idiots. Yes, they're calling it a domestic terrorist organization with the intention of getting people killed or having the state crack down on them, which they were going to do anyways under a Biden administration. So I think people are being fucking retarded. Well, I mean, Bleak, I just look at this from the standpoint of, I knew this was going to happen. Like, I knew that based on what, like, the two outcomes were of Trump winning or Trump losing, this was what was going to happen if Biden won. And it isn't even Biden. Biden isn't doing this. Like, Biden is not the figurehead that is championing any of this. Yes, and he is just a puppet. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, any of that new though? That's the thing. Is any of this new? I Sure. Yeah, that it's different for that. Oh, hold on. You're not coming through
Mm-hmm.
apparently. Okay, now you should be. Sorry about that, guys.
Right. Well, I did even read Locke, right? And
That's the
this
first thing
no
you
no
say to the
yeah.
audience.
That's how I thought I'd introduce it. But I think it's really relevant at the moment, right? Because essentially, if we view our governments and society as a product of the society and instituted among men for the common preservation of their property, which is Locke's view that Thomas Jefferson just lifted wholesale for the Declaration of Independence. So it's the philosophy upon which the American Republic is founded, right? If we view it like that, then shit. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, right. Then it became the question of government is not actually a question of power, right? The question of government is the question of consent, and it's about goodwill between the participants, that we all have a good faith and charitable interpretation of what has
Yeah.
happened,
Yeah.
and we try not to hurt each other.
Yeah.
Like that we're not malevolent to one another, right? And that is what Locke defines as a civil society, a society in
Yeah.
which we're not trying to actively hurt each other. Even if it's within the bounds of the law, the law is there as a mediating force because we all agree that we should try and get along, right? And that's the Democrats have abandoned this completely.
Yes.
Completely abandoned this philosophy. They're being openly malevolent. Like the fact that everyone is watching this cartel bully the entire internet into deplatforming a competitor to a member of the cartel is fucking shocking. And everyone's just watching it going, holy fuck. Even Merkel has come out on Trump's side.
Yeah.
Even Merkel is like, fuck, man. Like, the scale of this is tremendous. The power that the cartel has just shown itself to be able to wield. Take the president of the United States out of the public discourse is what they've done. And it's like, that is a fucking phenomenal amount of power, isn't it? For like the mad monk of Silicon Valley and the robot data aggregator. Like, this is insane. This can't be allowed to continue. And that's like, this is a huge problem that social media, I guess we didn't see coming, that it would be able to be monopolized like that. But the thing is if you think about it, it's actually kind of inherent in the nature of social media that the people you want to talk to have to be on it. So you effectively all have to be on the same platform.
Yeah, I mean, it really is the thing where people look to, because with Parler in particular, that was established basically by the establishment GOP, like inside interest, for the sake of not doing anything about all the existing, like the cartel, basically.
The cartel, yeah. They thought that what they could do is just sort of break away from the cartel's empire, like have a rogue province.
Yeah.
They could break away from their little empire. It's like they were not having that. If you had turned into a nothing and had 5 million users or something, they'd have been like, don't care.
Yeah.
But the fact that Trump was about to join and millions and millions and millions of people were joining, they could see the power shift happening and they had to act.
Yep.
Sorry, I've got my son here.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's not happy with the cartel either.
Yeah. Well, the way that it happened this time, I think that obviously there's some sort of back channel thing going on that there was no. They have been waiting to take down Parler. I think since day one they were waiting to take it down.
Yeah.
Because they were writing already all kinds of bullshit about it, but that was all a preliminary step to take before they actually made the move to get rid of it. And the day that they did, you could see it just unfold into one smooth action, and all of it was gone. They literally lost everything in a day, even their own legal team in a day.
Yeah.
They lost it all in one day. And the idea that is a coincidence, that all that occurred in a single day is a coincidence, it's like, obviously they were ready to pull the trigger on this for months. And they just waited for the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, sorry, I've got to deal with it.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. And this is not the first time, of course, that we have seen coordination with the cartel in Silicon Valley. The same thing happened with Maker Support and Subscribestar.
Yep. And I think BitChute as well.
And yes, and BitChute, that's right. Any of these other platforms that become competitors, if it's in any way built on infrastructure that Silicon Valley can touch, then it does. And it's quite ruthless. And Jack ended up deplatforming his primary competitor and making an app that is in his orbit, the number one app. He's probably profited from this.
Yeah.
Even while Twitter stock tanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Because with Jack Dorsey, he owns, I think, 5 or so companies. Yeah. And Twitter is just one of them.
Twitter itself owns loads. And then Jack owns Twitter and then a few other. So yeah.
And he doesn't run Twitter. He doesn't run it. No. He just owns it. That lawyer chick who was on with Tim Pool, she's probably the person actually running it, or one of the group that runs it.
Yeah.
But
Jack's too busy out taking mushrooms in the desert.
Yeah, he's doing his own like new age not yuppie. What is it? Yogi. Well, he's got that shit going on. That's what he's up to, and that's why like people today were giving me shit like saying what I said earlier on Twitter. In comparisons between Andrew Torba and Jack is checked out. You know, like there is a distinction to make. Come on, dude. Jack is not paying attention to any of this.
I think he is paying attention. I think. I mean, this is the thing. Him tweeting out the signal after Parler been deplatformed, signal number 1 with the love heart. That is a flex.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
No, definitely.
Well, would you say that about Elon Musk? He did the same thing.
Yeah, but Elon Musk didn't just destroy their primary competitor.
Sure.
Like if Elon Musk, like producing on the Tesla cars, destroyed like hybrid, whoever
Ford.
Ford, yeah, right, and literally had everyone deplatform Ford and destroyed the company in a day, then tweeted out a love heart with his car's sales going to the top of the charts, I would consider that to be an evil will, right?
Sure.
That's a
Sure.
smirk. That's a
Sure.
flex. That's fuck you. I was powerful enough to do this to you, and you have no comeback.
Yeah.
Right. So they're putting society in a state where there's no argument to morals or rights.
Yeah.
It's just the law of nature.
Yeah.
It's just who is the stronger, and
Yeah.
that's unacceptable for that. That's the opposite of a civil society.
Yeah.
The point of a civil society is we don't live in that state of war where we're constantly, in a battle with other people, that are trying to hurt us and our property
Yeah.
and our interests. And so that this has to be called out. The Democrats have to stop trying. I mean, like impeaching Trump when he's in office for another 9 days. What the fuck is the point?
Yeah, I know. That's
Unless you were being vengeful.
Yeah. That's pretty much been my opinion of it the entire time. The guy already conceded it was going to be over no matter what. They're like, and the thing I can't stand is the idea that like on the election that it was there's nothing there and all that. It's like he never got his day in court. No one did. So if the system is literally just going to deny any recourse, then I guess there is no choice but to accept it. And with Trump, he was just pursuing any chance that he had to try to maintain his office. But the problem is that everything that he could have done was denied to him, so he's done. And I expected this the entire time, and I think a lot of people did, except for like the retards, the white pill no matter what people on Twitter and that there really was some path other than he's going to get forced out based on the fact that he can't stay because he can't find any means. And, I just looked at it. It's like, well, unfortunately, it is what it is as it is now. And with the media basically trying to act as the attack dog for the Democratic Party in terms of his political future, and the Republicans as well acting in that same way, his presence within the Republican Party currently is in doubt, and part of that is because of him and his fickle nature in terms of how much presence he actually wants to invoke, because for his administration, he did a lot more talking than he did actually on the ground work for getting what he wanted achieved. He did not go after Congress at all during his tenure. He did not do LBJ style politics in getting Congress to do what he wanted. He was incredibly relaxed in that regard, and that's why a lot of what he wanted to get done that wasn't done. In fact, he did do certain things, but the things that he said he was going to do that went nowhere was in large part because he was so detached from the process that was required to start that even, the process, just to get it going at least, to fight for it. He never did it. So in terms of his presence in the party, in my view, what he has is basically flexing, saying, I have the base, I'm popular, and I want X, Y, and Z done. But is he actually going to take on the party to get those things done? I kind of doubt it, because he never did that at all with the party or with Congress for 4 years. So why would he start now?
I have trouble imagining what Trump would be like after being president. Because essentially this is a defeat. That's the thing, right? And I mean, there are things that I can't say that I believe on YouTube about an election, which strikes me as being goddamn tyrannical, doesn't it? But the perception of like 50% of your country, roughly, just under, is that this is not legitimate, and that's untenable because you rely on the consent of the governed.
I don't think that the paradigm cares. I don't think they care at all.
Okay, I agree. Right. Obviously.
I mean, do you think our federal government cares if we believe it's legitimate or not? Do you think they care at all? Do you think the FBI cares if I have faith in them as an institution? Do you think they care? Because I don't think they do.
I agree. They probably don't. But this is why we're ending up in this position, right? It's through a lack of faith in the institutions and the polarization of the political environment that you've got to this point. And so the only way to solve that, the only way to reduce the polarization is to bring in the people who feel that they have been marginalized and are on the outside and be transparent and address their concerns directly head on and punish those people who have done wrong. But that's the problem at the moment. The Democrats aren't admitting to anything wrong with the election, right? And we've got it on video. You can't refuse entry to poll watchers. That's illegal under whatever state constitution it was.
I mean, look at all the states that just totally went against their own laws, dude. They just ignored their own election laws. There was tons. It was like 6 states.
Yeah, absolutely. Just why don't we just extend the date for mail-in voting? Why? Because we want to. It's like, but you can't. You can't just do that.
The issue is that if the system has shown that whether they understand it or not, that there were laws and whatnot that were simply set aside for the sake of the election, and that Trump was by himself after after Election Day, that the Republican Party abandoned him, fellow Republicans abandoned him, elected officials abandoned him, state Republicans and state officials in Georgia, for example, and in Arizona, despite Arizona's all the talk that they offered afterwards, that in specifically Georgia, the Republican Party actively helped the Democrats win that election. They actively aided them in winning that election.
Raffensperger's office, including Gabriel What's-His-Face, is very suspect, in my opinion.
What is basically required, and I've been speaking to this despite people's objections and demoralization and that, is the ideal thing that you spoke to of what the Democrats have to do, I do not think in a million years is happening. The only Democrat that I'm aware of that would even entertain that idea is Tulsi Gabbard. She's it. She is it. Bernie Sanders is out there calling everyone a domestic terrorist. So even Bernie Sanders is too far gone or too corrupt.
Yeah.
So all you got is Tulsi Gabbard, and half the left hates her guts. Yeah. Maybe more than half.
I think it's worth being clear, right? I do think that this is explainable in terms of ideological possession as much as anything else. Whenever I watch an interview with Nancy Pelosi, I honestly think she's about to have a stroke. Like, she looks insane. Her eyes are bulging and she looks desperate to deliver her point before you can interrupt and counter it. Like she seems desperate to get it down, and then she's never challenged because she's always dealing with friendly media. And so she's got this weird sort of high-strung vibe about her.
Yeah.
But I look back at her past, and that didn't seem to be what she's like.
No.
Right? She seemed to be like a California liberal, and if you look at all the older photos, you can see her. You can see that she's a lot more relaxed. She's smiling genuinely. But now she looks like she's on a fucking knife edge, man. Like she's about to snap and just go mental at everyone in the room. And it's like, fuck.
With Nancy Pelosi,
and then she's going about the nuclear codes, man. It's like, and trying to interfere with the chain of command between the president and the military. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is wrong with you? No one was, but nobody was speaking about nukes until Nancy Pelosi tried to usurp the president of the United States.
It's because
and conduct a military coup, in the words of the fucking officials.
She has desperately clung to power in the House for like a decade or more. Like, she's been in that position for like minority leader, majority leader for an incredibly long time. And as far as I understand, the Democratic Party has tried to replace her with like another neoliberal because she's like 80-something years old.
Yeah.
And she refuses. She is like Joe Biden in that she will not accept being replaced. And she will just continue going on no matter what. And she has enough power, as you can tell, with getting AOC to vote for her, that she still has like firm control over that apparatus of the Democrats in the House. Yeah. So she is becoming increasingly desperate to hold on to power. And she will die in that office. And I mean that in terms of old age specifically. She will die in that office. Because she's 80.
No, it's like Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yes.
Like, why
exactly the
cancer.
Same. Exactly
you
the
same.
same.
You should resign. Yeah, exactly. It is.
She was so arrogant and obsessed with her position because she had like a cult of celebrity around her, and she fed off of that fucking vanity. She thought without any doubt that Hillary Clinton was going to win office. And I imagine she was one of those people who was drunk off her ass election day when Trump won. That she was shocked by him winning.
Yeah.
And her dying was definitely not scripted for her. She was expecting to ride things out. And the issue is with the Supreme Court that with Trump, he had two choices to make. Put in a boomer conservative judge who would have been fanatically loyal to him, or do the party's bidding and elect a limp dick Republican. And every single chance he got, that's what he did every single time.
Yeah, Trump made the mistake of being moderate.
Yes, every single time. He had 3 shots. He fucked up every single time.
Well,
And
it's not. Hang on. Right. Again, no. Go back to what I was saying about the consent of society. Right. Trump acted in good faith and not to hurt the opposition. That's important, right? That demonstrates a certain kind of will.
yes,
Like a goodwill that underlines it. And I got, it's hard to believe that this is the sort of thing you have to say about Donald Trump. But when given the complete arbitrary choice of, right, you could choose some really Rush Limbaugh worshipping radical right wing sort of populist judge or something, but instead you choose a real moderate, someone who's prepared to work with the Democrats. And that shows you the character of Trump's view of what the American Republic should look like.
I agree. I agree.
And the Democrats are the opposite of that. Pelosi is vengeful at the moment.
I agree with what you're saying. I think you are in large part correct. But there is a distinct difference between a willingness to moderate your own beliefs for the sake of perhaps the institution. And I think that's the way that Trump viewed those judges. But they all display, every single one, the worst example being John Roberts, who I'm trying to remember who nominated, if that was Trump or not. But John Roberts is the classic example of, and he's basically on the same spectrum as everyone else, Gorsuch and all the rest, Kavanaugh, whatever her name is. When pressed, they all act in a craven manner. That if there is something that is put before them that could alter existing precedents, rather than take it up, they will spike it intentionally, and that is that is not from the position of moderation, which you could compliment them, which is a generous way to interpret their behavior. In my view, it is simply from the position of craven. Of cowardice and a craven attitude, that even though it is a legitimate issue that they should take up, they don't, because they're afraid to do so. And that's why
we can there's a quick way of summarizing, right? That you can summarize that as being men of privilege rather than men of principle, right?
Yes.
So the men of privilege are worried about their status in the popular hierarchy that they're in. They want to make they're trying to go up. They're all constantly trying to improve their status. Whereas Trump doesn't really give a shit about that. Trump has destroyed his status completely within this elite hierarchy to stand on principle, unbelievably. Like this again, if you look at the will that underlies Trump's decisions, it's like, well, Christ, Trump's actually fucking heroic, to be honest.
I think that's with Trump, one of the compliments you could give him is that as a steward for the country, I think you have to be just like a deluded, fanatical retard to not realize that he's tried to govern fairly. Like, he's actively tried to do a good job, no matter what you have to say.
And in the interests of America as well. That's the thing. In the interest of the regular working American.
It's why
all his faults.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like it's despite his faults.
Despite all his faults,
which is
his heart is actually in the right place.
Yes, which is a compliment to him and his character. Yeah. And it's why I can't stand like all these people that are supposedly the big brains out there, of like Sam Harris and Dawkins and like all these people who they have such a singular idea of the guy, and they're out there talking about, Trump has made America look bad because some completely uninformed Japanese people don't like him. It's like I care
And because
more
they've
about
been lied to by the media.
Yes, it's like they actively care more about how foreigners look at America than what the person in question is actually doing and what their intentions are. Like, they don't care. All they care about are the opinions of foreigners. And it's like, my father's like that. My father's exactly like that. And I tried to explain it to him, like, why that is a retarded concept, and in that language, like, I say, like, do you have any understanding, like, why that is a retarded thing to believe? And
Well, the easiest way to control the opinions of foreigners is to make your virtues undeniable. So whenever any foreigner looks at you, all they can see is success, power, influence, positivity. Like, make your virtues so obvious. And that's the easiest way to influence the opinions of foreigners, because then you don't have to do anything. You're already doing it.
To mention somebody in the chat, there was a march covered by the AP or Reuters just the other day, a march in Japan of Trump supporters basically shitting on Biden, which is hilarious.
Yeah,
like they're actively saying, like, ooh, fraudulent election. It's like, wow, hey, there's a march in Japan.
I just want to thank the based Japanese bros and any based international bros who are prepared to fight in the corner.
It's true of, like, the Japanese, the Brazilians, like, all of these people across the world. The people who really like Trump are nationalists within those countries, because what they view of Trump is what they want in their own countries, and what is lacking in their own countries is nationalistic politics. They're all dissidents.
Politics in the interest of the nation, which is not a big ask,
But it's true even of Japan, where they do have nationalistic politics in terms of a few things, including immigration. But all of their politicians are neoliberals. And the things that are held up as nationalist politics are always in jeopardy from the neoliberals. And so that's why they want, like, nationalist politicians, is because they're desperately afraid that what has basically happened to, all of Europe and including the United States is inevitably going to happen there. And it's like the entire basis of Polish politics and Hungarian politics and all these different countries, where it's like, yes, we're not them. We're not them. Like, that's the entire basis of their politics at this point.
One of the things I'm loving about the groups for Trump thing as well was I love the Jews for Trump in New York. I love it so much.
Oh, so dude, don't even bring that up, because it's like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, another paper American who is out there talking about Kristallnacht. Yeah, guess who was getting the shit beaten out of them in Brooklyn all last year? Last year, Jews were getting beaten over.
Specifically targeting. Cuomo was literally saying, I'm going to shut down synagogues. The Jewish community must do X.
The fucking balls of these people to be out there screaming about Kristallnacht when all last year Jews were being beaten in the streets by blacks. Blacks were beating Jews all last year. And the media, they did not cover it at all, outside of a handful of people who were like...
The New York Post.
Excuse me.
The conservative New York Post covered it.
Excuse me. Yeah, there might be some Jews being beaten. Like, they were so hushed and careful, and none of them ever, outside of, like, a couple people who got scorched, ever mentioned the fact that it was almost 100% blacks and Hispanics that were doing almost 100% of it. And it was so, they were so careful about it last year. So if we want to talk about Kristallnacht, okay, let's do it. Let's talk about comparisons. Let's go find some of those fucking, the Jew haters and the Jew beaters in New York City. Let's ask them, like, hey, Black Lives Matter? Yeah, Black Lives Matter. It's like, I guarantee one. Bro, what about the guy in New York? I forget when this was. There's this black guy screaming about Jews. He's a Black Lives Matter activist. He's like, we're going to go down to the Diamond District, which is like the jewelry district in New York City, which is predominantly Jews. And he's like, we're going to go burn it down. How about that guy?
Jesus.
How about that fucking guy?
It's not like Louis Farrakhan isn't
revered
he
advocates
in these circles
it
as well.
He advocates it all.
No, that's what I mean. Louis Farrakhan is the GOAT, according to some of them, right?
Yeah.
He's very, very highly respected.
By extremely mainstream Democrats for a very long time.
Yeah, and he's been espousing a narrative that suggests that essentially the Jews were manipulating white people
Yeah.
And it's like, fucking hell, man. So they're like, they're like the bad guys beyond white
Yes,
people in
yes.
Farrakhan's worldview.
Yes.
And it's like, and it's no wonder with an environment like this, where Cuomo's happy to just openly target them with government action as well, that all of the forces are pointed at the Jewish community that are going to hurt them. And nothing is pointing away that's going to defend them. The force is going against them. And so when I see this Jews for Trump, I'm seeing like the don't tread on me spirit, Leave us the fuck alone, government. Stop targeting us. And I fucking love it, man. I love it. You fucking do it.
I mean, the problem is that like I mentioned while I had you muted when we first started the stream, that one of the problems I view with this is the fact that as we saw it in years past with the Dallas shooting, I have it all saved because I was about to do a commentary before you got on because I wasn't sure if you were coming or not because of your family duties. I started grabbing articles about Gavin Long and Baton Rouge. I grabbed the guy in the Dallas shooting. There was assassinations in L.A. and in New York City. That it's just one for one. The news media goes crazy about white supremacist America and cops are evil. Cops get assassinated. People get shot. And one for one example, Republicans are evil, Republicans are bad. Bernie Sanders, congressional baseball shooting. One for one. And I am telling you.
Scalise even came out against the protest at the Capitol. It's like, what are you doing? A Bernie bro shot you. Yeah.
Well, the problem is that the Republican Party, like, and by the way, with Parler,
dude, a Democrat has fucking shot you. And you're going to be like, yeah, well, I think these protesters were wrong.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The people in the party, like the apparatus, the people part of the apparatus, they were shocked by Parler getting banned. They were shocked by it. But with me, that's par for the course. Like, it doesn't shock me in the slightest. I knew that this was going to happen.
Yeah. Well, same here. But I mean, honestly, though, I've got to say the scale of it and the speed of it. I did a stream the other day. Things are going to move very quickly from this point. Something like that,
Yeah.
I was right. I just want to point out again, I was fucking right. Because we have been watching these fucks since Gamergate, and we know exactly how they operate.
And they haven't changed.
It's exactly the same in every way.
They haven't changed their playbook in the slightest since then. It has been the same tactics for so long. And it's just been the scale by which that they've adopted them, and it's grown and grown and grown and grown. And like you mentioned Jake Tapper on Lotus Eaters, bro, he has gone all in, and he just got promoted. Yeah. He just got an extra hour on his fucking show. He just got promoted.
It's mad, isn't it? It's absolutely mad. It's
and
like
he's out there calling Trump
position.
Yes, he's out there calling Trump supporters domestic terrorists, like just Trump supporters domestic terrorists.
Yeah, it's wild. I couldn't believe it. Like the irresponsible reporting on this is terrifying. Frankly, it's like they want a war.
Well, I know when they won't stop, but they will pause this, and it will be when a radicalized, just Democrat, goes out and shoots a bunch of Republicans.
Oh, fucking hell, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Gee, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's happened. It happened with the baseball shooting. It happened with every instance of the Dallas shooting, the Baton Rouge shooting, all the different shootings that happened with BLM. They'll push it and push it and push it and push it until somebody gets shot. Somebody does, and it's not just one person. It's usually a group, and then they'll stop. They'll pause. They don't stop. They pause.
Yeah. Man, this is bad, man. I'm telling you, this is really bad.
Well, that's why I hear your idealistic view on them coming to the table, but
it's the only option.
I know. I mean, the option is basically that the thing that I was going to do a video on, and the thing that I've been advocating, which is basically we take over the party, we push out enough of the people who are also quitting. It seems like, and I'm hearing a lot of rumblings of whether this happens or not. It's very up in the air, because right now, like the Liz Cheneys of the world, the Justin Amash's of the world, the Mitt Romneys of the world, they're trying to regain control over the party. But I think they realize, and Justin Amash showed his hand, I think they realize that the party is so like whipped up in terms of nationalist policy, in terms of what we want. The red meat, what do we want? Nationalistic politics. And Trump represents that. That they realize they have fully lost control of the party, and it is, like I've said, 72 to 96% of the party is in that direction, and solidly. They've lost control of the party. They realize they're not going to get it back for a long time. They can't fight back because they'd just be demonizing the party itself. And
yeah,
basically
they'd be demonizing the base. Like, that's ridiculous.
Which they have done in the past. And any long-term Republican, as I've been told, they will tell you this has been done in the past, where the party apparatus cracks down on the base. This has happened in the past. Now. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
The base is marching, you know.
Yes.
That's the thing. Like the whole thing is like, because everyone can see the will that's at play. This is why conspiracy theories like QAnon become like a thing, right? Like, the Epstein and things connected directly to him are highly suspicious. I agree, obviously, and these people should probably be investigated and arrested. They're not going to be because they're too powerful, right?
Yeah,
and we all know this, but they should. Right, but beyond that, I don't want to start speculating about like the depth that Q gets into, but they get into it because it's just the internal logic of a certain sort of set of premises with a will that's following them, right? And so they construct like a worldview out of it.
Yeah,
and but because they see the constant attacks that are being made on them, and to be honest with you, some of it's probably true. You know, it's like, well, it's not. I mean, a lot of it's nonsense, but like, the problem, the plan, the 4D chess, though. I don't think Trump's in control
with that group, and I don't really want to talk too much about them because they're right now hot listed. It's like saying that you're part of the Proud Boys right now. With them in particular, yes. With that in particular, they are people that have been radicalized over time by a series of events, and I think that with the particular issue of Epstein, that has radicalized a bunch of people. And the issue is, well, how do you de-radicalize them? It's not by demonizing them, it's not by denying everything, and it's not by cover-ups. And it's not by making the FBI basically a worthless institution that tracks down boomers who stole a piece of mail from Nancy Pelosi's office.
In fact, not only is that not the way to do it, that's actually the way to make them think that the conspiracies are real.
Yeah.
It confirms their worldview. Literally, they think that Biden and his administration will be an administration of satanic pedophiles.
Yeah.
That's literally what a third of your country believes.
Yeah.
A third of the country is open to QAnon, essentially. They think there's some truth to it. It's like, yeah, okay, so we may as well just write that off as the QAnon block, right? That's a huge number. And the reason I'm talking about Locke is because everything that they're going to do is going to be predictable, right?
Yeah.
They have done their best to engage with the legal system. They have tried to get their day in court. Now they went to the Capitol to protest, and it went too far.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be cracked down on. I mean, Alex Jones was at this protest.
Yeah, I know.
Saying, right, don't go in the Capitol. Go around the front so we can protest that where we've got a permit, right? That's exactly the kind of thing I would expect Americans to do. And so it's not surprising that it's the idiot fringe from the internet that ends up doing the stupid stuff, right? But anyway, that's exactly what I'd expect Americans to do, because that's baked into your founding ideas. You know, but it's then when this goes too far, there is built into this also the concept of a right to revolt. And I really think that for a large number of people are getting into that frame of mind.
I agree with what you're saying, and I have to say, one of the reasons why I defended the Capitol protest and why I call it a protest and not a riot, other than the AP standards being what they are, so I'm trying to be professional, unlike everyone in the media who suddenly knee-jerked and then disregarded the fact that they changed those standards to all the media. The fact is that unlike BLM and Antifa, who burned down everything but related to politics, they attack people, they burn everything unrelated to politics, the people who protested in the Capitol went to the right building.
Yeah.
Where else are you supposed to protest?
Yeah. What were you doing? I was protesting the government. Where did you do it? The Capitol building.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there's a moral...
Oh, no, they damaged government property. Oh, sorry, BLM. Are you shocked all of a sudden? How many courthouses and police stations have you burned down? Like, the idea that this is like, oh, no, not the government.
Yeah. It's like... The fact is that there were immoral things that occurred. There was a cop that was killed. I'm still waiting to hear more about it, because there's a cop that was killed, and here's who he was, and he was a Trump supporter.
he was engaged in an altercation with the Trump supporters, obviously, and he was beaten to the ground, taken away, and then died from a stroke at like 9:15 p.m.
Okay.
So it is a tragic death. Don't get me wrong; it does seem to be directly connected to
the attack.
actual this is what we have lots of this in the UK, where you get lines of police with batons against loads of drunk hooligans, and then they club each other.
Yeah,
and so. This happens.
The other thing is too.
This is what happens when the working class arrive and engage with the government, right? It's particular to the working class, right? Now, I read a theory about this a while ago. I can't remember how I stumbled on it, like 4 years ago or something. But basically, the theory is that essentially violence is a kind of currency among working class people because they don't have capital in the same way the middle classes do, and so you've got to impress women somehow. And being hard is one way of doing it. Which could be true.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't disagree with it either, which is why it's stuck in my mind. And so, sure, and so you've got people who are naturally predisposed to be more aggressive than the middle classes are. The middle classes are very anti-violence of all kinds.
The other thing is too, and I think that this is a class giveaway. This is always the thing of like people still today disregard the class argument, but I always say there's always room for it because
totally.
The working class or elements of it, because not everyone that was there was working class, but they broke into the building.
Hugely so, though.
They march around. So. Well, if you look at the boomer who sat down on Nancy Pelosi's desk, yes, boomer, conservative, and the fact that he did that was a fucking protest. You could suck me off. That was a protest.
Yeah.
It was about
disrespect.
Yes. Yeah. That was the protest.
Just to quickly inject, watch Nuance Bro's video where he's interviewing them.
Okay.
And you suddenly, all he gets is like, and I don't want to be rude, but like Southern redneck hick sounding people to me, because I'm not an American, right? But it's very obvious that these people are not the product of any kind of elite education, didn't go to university, and have worked with their hands all their lives. And I'm not saying that in any way to disrespect it.
But here's the point.
Personally, really respect that kind of work.
Here's the point.
I kind of wish I'd not gone into desk work.
So,
but the point is, it's very obvious they're working class. Sorry.
The point is that you have these people, including many working class people, break into the building where it matters. Like this is like if you're going to protest anywhere and you're protesting about politics. Why not the Capitol building? Why not the Capitol building? So, and it's others people too. There's a sit-in by the Democrats. So kiss my ass. Like, come on.
300 Democrats, activists, I guess we'd call them, got arrested in 2018 for occupying the Senate building.
Was that Kavanaugh or the women's march?
Yeah, that was Kavanaugh. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, so here's the thing. The working class break into the Capitol building, okay? What happens in response? The political elite, the media elite freak the fuck out. You have images of the Democrats writhing on the ground in fear. It's like, how is that, doesn't that encapsulate all of U.S. politics, where you have these bourgeois elites just writhing on the ground in fear that the working class has literally stormed the Capitol.
Yeah.
And all they do is like stand around and shit and sit on Nancy Pelosi's desk, and Baked Alaska crank calls Trump on her phone. It's like, it really, like outside of that cop tragically dying and some fistfights and that sort of immoral stuff, it's like a lot of it was just nonsense. And it's like, and yet still, like they were legit terrified. Like I don't doubt that they were fucking terrified. And that to me is the sign. And by the way, the thing is, I can't say
that to me is a sign of a guilty conscience.
The left, it's like the left condemning that. It's like the elites in fear of the people. Oh, that's terrible. That's immoral. Yeah. Fuck you. How about that? How about fuck you?
Why is it immoral? Like, isn't that the predicate for freedom according to Benjamin Franklin?
Well, that's the thing.
Start calling back all this founding father stuff.
I think
where the people fear the government, there is tyranny.
Yeah,
where the government fears the people,
there is liberty. I think.
Don't be afraid, Nancy Pelosi. We have a state of liberty here. You should be thrilled.
I think these people worship the fucking state. I think these people actually worship the fucking state.
No, they absolutely do. Listen to the inviolable language, the sacred language.
Yeah, dude, they literally call this sacrosanct, a temple.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, sorry, hang on a second, state worshippers. Yes. Who owns this building? Tell me who owns that fucking building. Tell me which one of you owns this building. Which king owns this building?
I know.
Because as far as I was concerned, that was a building owned by the people of the United States, was it not?
Well, what I
Who owns
love
that if not them?
is that like the founding fathers could not be more explicit. Where it's like, yeah, if any of this ever gets out of whack, just burn this motherfucking thing to the ground. Like that was their entire position.
I know.
And yet it's today. It's like, no, worship the state. It's like
It's fucking European commie
yeah,
thought that is infested the Democrat
it's
Party.
German thought in French.
It is. Well, European commie thought, that is essentially German thought. You know, it's like, it's mad, and I hate it, and it's totally anti-American.
Someone in the chat said it's an Aztec temple. Not too far off, really.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of describing it.
How many sacrifices, How many sacrifices need to be made? But man, all I know is that one of the things that I fear, especially the way that Trump's coordinating right now, and he is, with the Taiwan thing, that is coordination on Trump's part. I think that there is a risk that Biden is going to, and I know how this sounds, and I would never normally say this, but the way things are changing right now, I genuinely think that for the purposes of trying to get people more on his side, he is going to start a war. And I question with who. Like, who exactly? Because he's going to start positioning in Syria. He's going to start positioning in the Middle East again. He's going to be running up against the Russians. It's like, I question how far he's going to take it and how far the powers that be behind him are going to take it. And I'm basically thinking already, and I did this while I was out for a walk last night, I was thinking to myself, like, what happens with us, and what, like, if there is a war started, what are we going to do to protest it? Because I absolutely think that we should.
Well, it depends who it's with, really, doesn't it? I mean, if Joe Biden starts a war with China...
No, bro. Starts a war with China?
No, but think about it, right? Trump might be putting Biden in an untenable position. If China basically retakes Taiwan, that's going to be in violation of all number of fucking international
He'll let it happen.
Wow.
Joe Biden...
Will the American people let that happen?
Yeah, they don't give a shit. The American people don't care. If you said to most people Taiwan, most people would say, "Oh yeah, is that a state?"
Your media is imperialist.
Yeah, but they're pro-Democrat. That overrides it.
But I don't know. I don't think so.
They'll criticize Biden, but they won't go against him.
They will if they think that he's not doing what the agenda calls for. The agenda is pro-imperialism. So that if Biden backslides, you will get loads of China hit pieces. China's doing this, China's doing that, China's bad, and it will be literally in everyone's face all day, 24 hours a day, until Biden says, yes, that's right, China is bad.
I think you fail to
understand. They bribe people,
I think you fail to understand where everyone's money is, and Joe Biden's money is where everyone else's money is, and that is in China.
Yeah, but there's not to say that Joe Biden and the rest of them won't make out like bandits from a war with China. If China has to pay like indemnities to the United States,
sure, but
they're all going to make huge money.
I would say that the more likely thing you could offer would be Russia. Like, they've already, what would be the word? It's basically they've already programmed people to see, like, the Democrats see Russia as basically how they see it during the Cold War. Like, they're delusional. Yeah. They're delusional about Russia.
But that's what I think Trump's maneuver is here, right? Recognizing Taiwan now, there's something going on. And if it's essentially to draw Biden into a conflict with China... I think so.
No, I think it's to draw Joe Biden as being favorable to China. I think he's setting up the Taiwanese to have the Chinese overreach, and then the right can go, look at Joe, he's fucking in bed with China, the rest of it. Because I think that's what'll happen, is the Taiwanese will get a big dick, or the Chinese will basically see an opening with their guy in office, the big guy in office, that they'll make a move. And it will be an overreach, because that is what China's known for. They've done that several times. I mean, they're openly genociding their own people. They don't give a shit. Yeah. And are the Democrats out there even talking about it? No. So
they're probably in favor of it, to be honest.
I think that's them setting up Joe Biden for 2024. That's what I think they're doing.
Yeah, I quite possibly. But I mean, Joe Biden's not going to last that long. Holy shit.
I mean, he seems to be... as he has been, like, it depends on the day, it depends on the hour. Like, I've seen him give, like, a mumbling speech that was okay, but then I saw him just go right off the reservation into basically Dementia Land, and he was just gone. And it took him like a minute to recover, like a full minute of stumbling to recover. So that was like really bad. So he's been this way for a while now, and he hasn't gotten that much worse. It's just been constant like that. Like how he is like in a year, I don't know. Like I don't know. It's unpredictable. I don't know. Like obviously, there's people that are part of the establishment that are like part of the apparatus, especially in the media, that want him to get rid of him to get in fucking Kamala. But I think that the larger apparatus of the party and like the financiers and all the rest of them, they want Biden. They want to keep Biden where he is. Like there's like I've seen fucking all these ovations from all these different industries, the unions. Their guy is Biden. It's not Kamala.
Sure, but like essentially Kamala is just a purchasable quality, right?
Yes,
so
but she
in the same way they got Biden, they can get Kamala.
She is weaker than Biden, and Biden is weak.
What difference does it make to them? You know,
she's less usable. She doesn't.
If she's in charge, the weaker she is, the better. Because if she holds the office and offers absolutely no resistance to their demands, then they'll get everything they want.
True, but the problem is that by the time I think that with Biden, I would say that I give him at least 2 years. I give him 2 years in office.
Yeah, I'd say so.
After that, in my view, it gets kind of shaky. Because I think that in 2022, things are getting increasingly up in the air. Because the Republicans just got knocked down with corporate money. There's a ton of corporations that are pulling out of the party. And so now they're under a lot of pressure. But the thing is that it basically, it's moved to pieces somewhat. But with the Republicans, the Republican Party, like, you know who I mean by when I say the My Pillow guy?
Yeah.
The guy with a mustache. He's like this super rich Republican who just dumps money into the party, but he's like an affable, decent guy. Like he's not like a slick Republican or slick politician. He's just like an affable boomer, you know?
Yeah.
There are a million guys like that in America who they can pump money from. There's a million affable, idiot Republicans, not trying to be too mean, but like they're easy marks for politicians to get money from. Like this, the My Pillow guy isn't really thinking about where his money's going in the Republican Party. He's like, oh, these are the conservatives. These are the good guys. So here's a shitload of money because I'm
he's probably
rich.
Thinking these. I think he's in favor of the MAGA thing, right?
He is. He came in with Trump.
Yeah. That's
so
like the Trump agenda, the MAGA agenda, right, is essentially the sort of dad agenda.
Yeah.
Like I'm not joking. I've been thinking about this a lot. Because
So,
again, like the whole point of Locke's philosophy is based in the idea of family being the building block of society, but the left is the atomized individual, and so they want to return that individual into their sort of state of nature. But that's not the way that Locke viewed it. It was families that were in a state of nature, so it was never like humans on their own, you know. So like the way that the American Republic set up is set up to benefit families. It's very beneficial to families, which is why people want to raise their kids there.
Well, half the people, half of people believe that.
Yeah, but this sort of like what we're talking about is the fundamental ordering of the world.
Well, the problem is that like if you actually believe that, the prerequisite to that is basically patriarchy, like an actual patriarchy. And the funny thing is that you look at that, and despite like what obviously feminists would say, it's like, oh yeah, actually patriarchy leads to good results and competence.
Well, just to be, I mean it does, but just to be clear, right? Locke isn't arguing for what we would consider like to be a patriarchal form of government. He's distinguishing society from the government. And so society can be however constituted it wants. In his day, and mostly now, it's that the father is the head of the household. But it was a lot more formal in his day. The father was like the formal head of the household.
Yes.
But his argument, this argument was extended into the divine right of kings. It stems from it, right?
Yeah.
That God creates the earth and everyone is the progeny of Adam. And so patriarchal authority, the earth being given to Adam and his descendants, means that patriarchal authority comes from the father. Now, Locke spends the first half of his project debunking that. Sorry, I've got do
Yeah.
something. But like debunking that, and then goes on to establish no, governments are instituted by men, but he's still taking the same family structure, like the same sort of
Yeah.
father being the head of the household, family structure. And to be honest with you, that's basically what we've got. I mean, the dads go out and work and lay down the law.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I would describe basically the shift from something that would be more authoritative in like policing the notion of having like a patriarchal culture versus the ingrained assumption that the status quo is naturally patriarchal, therefore like it is upheld just by the assumption rather than it being policed actively.
Well, I think that basically what the feminists are complaining about with the wage gap is an example of like manly virtue, right? These hardworking men who work 90 hours a week rise to the top of the ladders, and most of the time women choose not to follow that career path. And so, this kind of hard work is the manly virtue that we would normally celebrate in past with heroic epics and things like this. And this is being actively suppressed by the sort of more feminine social justice side. And we need to essentially be able to escape that to reassert ourselves.
Well, the problem that is coming as a direct result of shifting away from that, and I think that a lot of this is relevant to Trump, because I think Trump also embodies that notion of basically the strong man, which people disregard or degrade. And it's like, no, there is...
But it's wildly popular.
There is an intended purpose with it that is actually moral, so seething about that, to me, is ridiculous. But the problem is
not
that...
recognizing the virtue in it is ridiculous as well. Look at success.
Yeah,
the success Trump had.
That is the opposite thing. Like, the thing that these people are basically saying that needs to be replacement is matriarchal, which is a maternal aspect to society, and from all the results that we've seen, it has been disastrous, and it simply doesn't function. It doesn't lead to good results. That the more, I guess I'll just say feminine. The more feminine virtues that you instill on a society or on government or on a business, it just leads to worse and worse and worse results the more that you apply it. And it's like, to me, it's like even the argument about it, it's like, well, you could say whatever you want to about being independent and whatever else, but the problem is that like even the concept of like, and I've had debates.
You're not independent for shit. You're totally dependent on the government. For
yeah,
handouts,
I know.
Ladies, let's look at the statistics.
I know. It's so pathetic, but it's like, as you look at it, and I've had debates with a bunch of different people about this, especially when I was in college, about the issue of the way the government was headed, and I never would have put it in these terms as it was then, outside of a handful of times where I did for the intention of being incendiary. Yeah. But if you look at the way that the government like has provided like society and the government. So for the example of, and I did argue this back in college because I talked about like I took an entire course on labor politics, like the issue of the labor pool, of collective bargaining, of unions. I took an entire course on this. And one of the things that I could not stand, and I've never been able to stand, is that the corporations, the business community, the Chamber of Commerce actively permitted and pursued the agenda of women joining the workplace. They did not stand in the way at all regarding women joining the workplace because it decimated men's wages. It decimated them. And ever since then, look at every major corporation. Are they boys clubs anymore? Or are every single one of them pursuing independent spinsters working in their businesses?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean,
for the only singular reason that they can pay them less. And the fact is, who's paying for it? Who's paying for it? The government. The government, through student loans, nationalized loans to the state. The government is fronting the bill.
And that means men's tax money as well.
Yes!
Majority
because they're the ones actually busting their ass and getting fucking overtime and getting taxed to death. I don't know how it is in the UK, dude, but it's probably worse. But in the United States, dude, overtime taxation is horrific. It is like like fucking Scandinavian style, like 90% tax rate. It is brutal. It's not that bad, but it feels like it.
Yeah.
You look at your pay stub,
You're
and
doing
it's like,
overtime
Jesus
already,
Christ.
you know?
Like, you cross that 40-hour mark, and your tax rate, how much they take out, spikes dramatically. And it's like, I hated it because it's like, why am I working? Why am I trying to compete? Why am I working hard? Where's the incentive to work hard when so much of my money gets lifted from my pocket? Yeah. I hate it. I hate the overtime taxes.
Yeah, I do. I totally
it is an active government measure that inhibits competitiveness and actively trying to earn for your family. That's the only reason why men are busting their subtracting years from their lives. That's the only reason they do it. And the state is like fucking them for their money. I can't take it. And that's the thing. What fucking Republican is talking about overtime taxation? None! I can't stand about the Republican Party. It's like they're out there bitching about the corporate tax rate. Fuck the corporate tax rate! So fucking Amazon can pay less in taxation? Who cares?
Yeah. Why should I have to pay more in taxation for single mothers? I'm not the one who brought them out of the home.
It's why Parler...
Amazon did.
I mean, it's the entire basis in which that... And it's why... And there's a ton of people out there who I disagree with in certain ways, because for Nick Fuentes and other people who are out there, we're gonna go full whole hog and ban pornography, that sort of thing. It's like, okay, guys, let's relax on that. It's not a winning issue as much as they think it is. The issue is that the thing that they are right about, and the thing that I really wish that more Republicans. I mean, this is the entire basis of philosophical conservatism. Meanwhile, you have all these libertarians out there calling themselves conservatives where they're bitching about the corporate tax rate and all this other shit. They're worrying about income tax. And it's like, what about overtime tax? What about all these other forms of taxation? They're out there promoting sales tax as if they're in favor of it.
Yeah, why would you want a sales tax unless you wanted to pay more for your stuff?
The thing is, they want to get rid of the income tax and supplement that with raising the sales tax. And it's like... Guys, I'm never going to pay the income tax. I'm never going to. Rich people pay income tax. It's so they're so focused on what the person making $500, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million is making a year. All the while, the middle class man is being squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and it's like that is your fucking base. All you got to do is throw them a fucking bone. It's so ridiculous.
Look at how many, and like the woman who got shot, right? She owned a small business. Like, this is exactly the right. These are the sort of people that America was designed for. Those small business owners who want to protect their own property. Like, that was exactly the point. That's the basis of everything. Is the common protection of private property, including your own person, right? Yeah. And so these are all the people. It's like Trump is just raw Americanism. Yeah. Like from the ground up, the philosophy, the culture, the way he thinks, the way he acts, and the values he espouses, and the people who support him that make up his base. It's all raw Americanism, and it just got fucking beheaded by globalism.
Yeah. Well,
I can't stand to watch it, man.
It is one of those things that, unfortunately, with Trump losing, quote unquote, it forces us to basically. I looked at it. That what's happening to the GOP was inevitable. This was no matter what going to happen. It would have been, the transition would have been so much easier if Trump had won. It would have been so much easier. You would have seen day one. Yeah. It would have been 2016 all over again. The status quo would have exploded all over again. I think it would have increased unpredictability in terms of like calling him a terrorist and all this shit. That would have gotten way worse. So this was going to happen no matter what, people. People saying, oh, Trump, blah, blah, blah. This was going to happen no matter what. You're an idiot if you think otherwise. But the issue is basically, you would have had Trump, and you saw this with Cruz and Hawley and all these other people. All these people are positioning themselves to be the nationalist candidates for 2022, 2024. Like, they realize the party is captured. It's too much. It's too much of the party. And all the Amashes and all the other people... Mosh is out there right now saying that he wants to start a third party for the neocons. And it's like every Trump supporter should retweet that and say, yes, that's a principled thing to do. Go do that. That's the right move. Because all these retards of the intelligentsia would join that, and it would fail in such a way that it would basically make the liberal Democrats in your nation would look like the big dick swingers of politics in comparison.
Right. There was a party you probably never even heard of called Change UK.
Yes, I have heard of it.
And they were the party arguing for the status quo. Right. They wanted to remain in Europe. They were a centrist, neoliberal sort of globalist, conservative, globalist Labour, Blairite type.
Yeah, the Uni Party.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of MPs that split off, so it's not like they didn't have elected office and the ability to command a press conference and press attention and all this, and they totally fucking died because no one was interested whatsoever. And it was like, look, there is no market for the globalist, like middle of the road neolib corporate bullshit.
There is, but it is that. The people that actively support that, it is substantially smaller than even like the progressives. Like who you think of the progressives, it is substantially smaller.
5%.
And it would, the thing is too, the problem they don't understand is that it's why I actively want them to do it. And I think that people like everyone who's intelligent should be actively saying, Justin Amash is a good principled man. He should start a third party. And all the people who are internationalists, conservatives, libertarians, whoever, they could go be principled conservatives and whatnot, who conserve nothing, by joining that party. Because what it'll do is it'll strip the Republican Party of the hyper-capitalist, neoliberal, neoconservative intelligentsia, and the void that will be filled will be just straight boomer Republicans.
Yeah.
And it will basically remedy the party. And when that occurs, it will just be, hey, the boomers will go, hey, what do you want? Nationalism. I guess we're the nationalist party now. And
we want you to stop the international pedo rings.
And the thing is, it's like, okay, what does that translate to? I don't know. We'll do an anti-human trafficking bill or something, or we'll bring in Pornhub to Congress and we'll do a hearing on porn or something. And fine, whatever.
Well, the human trafficking stuff would be good.
Yeah. Well, I would say that if you had basically what is the parties going into, you're going to see that. You're going to have hearings on pornography in America. And they had that in the past.
Yeah. Can I just want to take a minute to give a shout out to Mr. Obvious, who's in the chat.
Okay.
Love your channel, man. Love your content. Love your coverage of what's going on. Really enjoying it. Like it's very comprehensive and not like crazy.
No, it's good.
Yeah, he's doing a really great job.
Well, the thing is that with all of this, that people are really black-pilled with everything, but it's like I say with the media, I mean, well, see, it's the difference between you and me. It's like this is going to end when a radicalized Democrat shoots a bunch of Republicans. I say that without any anger,
no endorsement, obviously.
No. I mean, like...
Yeah, but we got to say that for YouTube to make sure we're aware.
I'm saying that
not endorse.
Specifically, well, they don't care. I mean, I'm sure half the people that work at Google are in favor of that.
Again, shout out to Mr. Obvious. Enjoy your channel while we're all still
Yeah. We're all on borrowed time. But the thing with it is that I say that dispassionately, is what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that because I know it's going to happen, and the result will be at least then they will pause. And so the point in me saying that is people are getting really worried about that. They're really worried that there's going to be like a real crackdown on Republicans and Trump supporters and that in the United States. And I've seen, Glenn Greenwald has already gone on Fox News about it. He's written articles about it. Michael Tracy wrote an article about it, of like they're trying to do the Patriot Act to turn the FBI and all these organizations against Trump supporters and the right generally in the United States. So like the right will be treated as a domestic terror organization.
And just on that note, Glenn Greenwald and Michael Tracy, fucking amazing coverage. Michael Tracy especially has been really cutting to the heart of it. I've really enjoyed
Glenn
it.
Greenwald has been surprising me because he's been a little bit off base not that long ago. But just recently, he's basically, and I just saw it today with him, what was it? Ron Paul getting almost banned off of Facebook. He's just Glenn Greenwald
censored,
throwing up his hands, being like, "Jesus Christ!" Like now it's Ron Paul. Now it's Ron Paul.
How is it Ron Paul?
And to me, it's just funny because it's like you have Glenn Greenwald is kind of far left. Like I think he would fit neatly in the far left category, and even he has reached the point where he's like just throwing up his hands, like out of just frustration and exhaustion that this is the place that we've reached where even Ron Paul is getting attacked. Like, and the thing is, as I said in response to him, like, we're so far down the line now. We're so far down the line of what is acceptable that now it's reached Ron Paul.
Well, after the president,
well,
I mean, the president gets
Ron,
from the internet. And
Ron Paul is a principled libertarian, but the thing is that, and this is the big difference maker, he's not a threat at all. Fucking Donald Trump is, because he's a nationalist. They have hated him since day one, and they have seen him as a threat because he is a nationalist. The speech that he came out and he said, "People call me a nationalist. I guess I am." Ever since then, it has been, DEFCON 5 all the time, the entire time. Or is it DEFCON 1?
Trump's going to help out the working class of America. Sorry, they would say the white working class, wouldn't they? Trump's going to help out the white working class. That's bad. End this man.
Hold on. I got to look it up if which is the more severe DEFCON? Is it 1 or 5? Hold on. Let me get it up. 1. DEFCON 1, excuse me, is the most severe. I was confusing it with the other, with the terror test. Anyways, so yeah, they've been at DEFCON 1 about him because, and it's been true for the Republicans as well. It's because that it really is, like, people talk about all this and that, they mistake it for so many things. Like, even I will say, neocon, neoliberal. It really is simply the thing that ties all these people together is the fact that they are all internationalists. That is that is the singular factor that ties them all together, is they are all internationalists. So when Donald Trump showed up and declared himself, just like one time, that he was a nationalist, they legit shit themselves in fear because they are desperately afraid that we're going to get somebody like that guy in Hungary or whoever's in Poland.
Viktor Orban,
or, like, they are deathly afraid.
That's just Poland.
They are deathly afraid that we are going to get somebody in this country who basically changes the game based on nationalism. And they know that once somebody that's the thing they feared about Donald Trump, and he never actually was, because he never actually really pushed it forward. He never really did what he needed to do to really change the game. And
but like I said, he was a moderate. You can see where his
yes, he was. And the thing is that I think that people really did overestimate his position. Like or positions. Like, he was a moderate. He's a former, New York Democrat.
Yep.
He always
just
was
loves
going to be
America.
moderate. He just
loves America, and you can see they don't love America.
The only thing that was once moderate but is now radical is immigration. It was once completely inoffensive to be hawkish on the border. And that was the one thing that he pursued that was still moderate, but that he actually pursued. He actually fought for. He fought for that. But it was that and a handful of other things. A lot of other issues that he discussed, he never really pursued. And the issue is that if you ever got basically someone who was a more competent version of, basically someone who has my disposition towards politics, but is ultimately someone who
Steve
is
Bannon.
like Trump. Yes, Steve Bannon.
If Steve Bannon was in charge.
Yes, you had somebody like Steve Bannon who was the president. Steve Bannon would be basically the ideal because he would be so tactically aware that he would basically dispossess the left and more importantly, the internationalists from institutional power. And he would basically set the precedence in an aggressive fashion, unlike Trump, where you're giving him a lot of generous compliments in terms of his behavior. These would be aggressive steps that are taken to where over time it would dispossess the internationalists of the institutions that they outright control that perpetuate them.
Yeah.
He would have cracked down. He would have gone to Congress, and he would have basically played the role of the whip, where he would have threatened, he would have bargained, he would have challenged, he would have thrown people out of the party. He would have basically begged, borrowed, and steal, to borrow a phrase, to actively go after certain institutions. And one of the biggest ones that he talked about, which is one of the reasons I went to, he's the only political event that I've gone to, was an event with him. I went to where I met him and took a picture with him. He was open to and actively pursuing, until he got tossed out on his ass unfairly when they kept Jared Kushner in, one of Trump's fatal mistakes. He was actively trying to pursue the colleges. He was going after universities. And it was him and, what's his name? What's his name? The immigration guy. Miller.
Miller.
Stephen Miller was right on course as well. I've listened to him talk about it, because they realize that the universities are promoting all the fucking Marxist crap and whatever it is, postmodern, French bullshit. And it's translating into knowing and unknowing support for neoliberalism.
Yeah.
Because it's internationalist.
Yep.
And so the useful idiots are being churned out by colleges, and they're showing up to vote for the neoliberals, unknowingly and knowingly. And it's promoting corporate power. It's promoting internationalist power. It's promoting all the internationalist institutions, the UN, the fucking EU. It's promoting all of them. And if you basically kneecap the universities, you've now cut off their supply of useful idiots, or dramatically reduced it for the
Ban
future.
critical race theory.
That's another form of it. That's another form of it. Well, it's not even just going there. It's basically banning it in the government. And this is the difference, though, between...
Well, it's just the easiest way to just attack it directly. Is just ban critical race theory for being racist. Right? And because it contains the seeds of its own destruction. If you can frame it as a racist ideology, which you can, because it wants to raise racial consciousness, then you can easily find the justification to ban the thing.
Well, there is a utility for that, but I think that you're looking at it from the perspective... Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, I can tell you what perspective I'm looking at.
Yeah, right. So that's why I'm not
From
trying to assume anything.
So I want to get rid of it.
I in my political thinking, I don't care if people understand that you're right. It does raise racial consciousness, which will directly lead to racism. But I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care that that's true, because ultimately it's a question of power or not. Do you have the power to ban that or not?
But
Even if
that
100
gives you the power to ban it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Even if
they've already set the stage for an allegation, a charge of racism to be bad, and so conservatives, if like in Britain, right, we could be doing so much more about this, because the conservatives have an absolute majority. So the conservatives would all agree that breaking people up into racial groups is racist, and so you could ban it like that. Because even if every Labour MP objected, and every SNP Lib Dem commie objected, the Conservatives could still just ram that through and they'd be like, no, we're not having that racist thing, and that would be damned in the memory. It would be damned. It would be that's racism.
Racism, the charge of racism coming from the right does not stick. It does not stick.
It doesn't have to stick.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does.
Hang on. Like they willingly accept that they are racist, and so what this can be a good fig leaf for is the power play that the Conservatives could make, right?
Perhaps so.
Like because if the like in Britain, right, if the Conservative Party came out and said, right, we're banning critical race theory entirely, all of these things are banned from classrooms, they're banned from universities. This is a racist ideology, and it says here, like on page 1, we're going to raise racial consciousness. It's like, sorry, we're not having that. That's racism. We're not having that. End of story. So it's all it's all gone. Who wants to come and argue the case in favor of racism? Oh, what's that? A bunch of crazy radical Marxists. Not ignoring that, because they're never going to get the public on side. You could use this as a front for a power move.
I agree. I agree. Okay, then we agree on that. But I still think that ultimately the consensus needs to be formed isn't because the problem that you have with that is that it is esoteric and it is complex. It is not simple.
Oh yeah,
it is simple for us to understand, but it's not for even like intelligent Republicans. It will take them like an hour of explanation to legit understand what you're saying. And I mean
absolutely,
that.
but I can condense it down to it wants to raise racial consciousness, therefore it's racist. Right? That's true. That's direct, true sentence, and I don't have to explain that.
The problem is that a lot of people, including many people on the right, and it's a lot of people, buy into white guilt. That
sure.
And the problem is that will be your again. It'll take an hour. I've seen this
in Britain.
This conversation.
In Britain, it wouldn't take 5.
It would take
5 minutes.
It would take an hour in the United States because I've seen this play out, and that's the problem. So the only position really that's required. Your position is important in terms of explaining the maneuver and explaining away basically what needs to be done. But to me, the only question is what needs to be done. And that is basically, there's basically the multi-prong approach, which is doing what we want done by the Sargon approach, or the Carl approach, I should say, which is correct and I agree with. But basically, there's the Louis Le Vau approach, which is an extra step, which is doing everything that you say, including the power maneuver, which is realpolitik. It is for the sake of power. And it is with moral cause, believe me. We're definitely agreed on that.
Totally.
But the extra step is finding a group or a person or whatever to not humiliate, but ostracize in a manner that is effective in the culture. So that basically you can have a dumb man's version of a cultural understanding for moral conviction in pursuing this agenda. So that you don't have to worry about the opposition's counterattack because their focus is going to be on the person that you have then ostracized. I've seen this effectively done, including by the left, that it is a powerful thing to have at your disposal, and it makes your maneuver that much more effective. And it's what I've advocated so many times before, which is, in essence, to boil it down, make an example. And to quote, who is it? Tarkin, the Tarkin doctrine of fear. And
that's what they're doing to the MAGA movement right now.
It's more than that. It is, in fact, more than that. It's
now it's a full-on reign of terror. But deplatforming Trump, this was a brutal display of power and something for the MAGA movement to see. You are fucked. They are going to give you no quarter, in my opinion.
Well, see, there's a difference between the what Glenn Greenwald has covered, with the Patriot Act 2, which is what they're calling it, the threat of that. That is Tarkin doctrine. That is Tarkin doctrine. But the nuke thing with Nancy Pelosi, I don't know what to call that other than desperation. I don't even think that fits the category of Tarkin doctrine. That appears to be singular, scrambling for power sort of maneuver. And
that's Pelosi in the echo chamber.
But the thing is that maneuver also shows weakness. I don't think that it shows strength. I think that it shows weakness. Totally. But the threat is, there's that. The real threat is if they actually somehow manage to cross, basically the Republicans in their own fear and their own cowardice and their own incompetence stand down and let a Patriot Act 2.0 cross, the House and the Senate and the White House. Because I'll tell you this, with Joe Biden, it's a question mark. People think that it's a guarantee. It's a question mark with Joe Biden. With Kamala Harris, it is 100% guaranteed she would sign off on that. With the House, with Nancy Pelosi, I think the threat is real. In the Senate, if it happens, it will be based on the cowardice of Republicans. The Republicans do have a lot of control and a lot of power in the Senate, even though they're not the majority right now. If they make us think about it, if they even speak out against it, if they go behind scenes and be like, guys, this is kind of fucked up. We shouldn't do this. Democrats in the Senate will go, ooh, this might put me in jeopardy. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. And that's all that will be required in the Senate. The Senate is a whole different beast than the House. The House is totally retarded. But in the Senate, it's a whole other ballgame. And all that happens in the Senate is backroom deals like that, where this Republican, Ted Cruz, pulls jack-off Democrat aside and says, bro, this is really kind of fucked up. Have a look at this, really. This is kind of fucked up. I mean, we shouldn't be doing this. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. We shouldn't be doing this. And that's it. That's my understanding of the Senate. It's a lot like that.
I could believe it.
So with the Patriot Act 2.0 thing, if that ever happened, the place to take the stand is to basically call Republican senators and maybe Democrat senators as well, and say, like, I don't even know, like, I don't know what you'd say to each, but maybe Democrat, like I call Chuck Schumer, who's, I guess, my senator, senior senator of New York, and be like, you're doing something that is genuinely immoral. You are doing something that you can't possibly morally justify. You're tyrannizing and you are oppressing your own citizens. This is something that would not be imaginable of like a few months ago, and that if Trump ever did something anything like this, you would continue to call him a fascist, which you've already done already, because you're not giving any moral consideration to anything that's being done. So,
Dude,
I mean,
Chuck Schumer doesn't give a shit.
No, but it would be noted in his office as
Sure.
caller is against Bill XYZ, and they would accrue those messages and say, sir, we've accrued all these messages. You've gotten 1,100 phone calls against Bill XYZ, and they would factor that into their consideration of what they're doing. I know this for a fact.
I don't think he'd give a shit then either.
No, he does. All politicians do care about the mail that they get and the phone calls that they get. It's something that
rigging the vote.
They have. Well, that's something different, but it's something that they tally. They're interns in their offices. They have several interns that sit and they take phone calls all day long, and they tally what the person is calling about.
Yeah. I don't doubt they do, and I obviously they do, but I really am dubious as to how much of a shit that Chuck Schumer gives. I think that he feels that he's part of a power establishment that can't be dislodged.
He is currently thinking in the same perspective as Mitch McConnell was up until he fucking cost himself. Like, people are blaming Trump. Now, Mitch McConnell shit the bed and cost himself the Senate. So, if in my interest, Mitch McConnell is a useless tool that should be replaced and that he should be discarded. Because once you basically fail, as he has, as John Boehner and Paul Ryan and these other rejects have in the past, who are weak leaders, as they all have been, really, discarded. Just bye. You're gone. Bye. You're useless now. He's a power broker in money hungry and power hungry, so he's going to be hard to get rid of.
Let's talk about what the MAGA movement should do, because I think that it's pretty obvious. The MAGA movement has basically got to just take over the Republican Party.
Yes, obviously.
I think the MAGA movement at this point, it's turning into Gamergate.
Everything goes back to that, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, because if you think about it, what was Gamergate? It was a resistance to the tyranny of the radical left.
Yeah.
Just in its most basic essence, that's what Gamergate was about. People didn't want jumped up leftists pushing them around and controlling their lives. And they tried to purge us. They did as much damage as they could. They had as an evil a will as possible towards us. And we were just a bunch of fucking nerds on the internet. And so it's not like they won't take... I mean, we're already seeing the wild and vindictive way.
Oh, yeah. It is comparable as well.
If they wanted a war, this is how to get one. Like, treat the defeated opponent with nothing but contempt and trying to humiliate them and show just arbitrary displays of power over their cherished things like Parler. Just crush it with the great might of the giant war machine you have, and then be like, yeah, and what are you going to do? Yeah. Well, people they don't like being treated that way, and this is what Gamergate was all about. This is why they're still going on about Gamergate, because the MAGA movement is, I think, going to essentially become Gamergate, and that's a third of the country. Easily, they can take over the Republicans, right? The first priority of the MAGA movement should be getting rid of every Republican who looks like they aren't going to just tell a Democrat to go to hell. That should be the primary thing. Then you get whoever it is, and I would suggest someone fairly young, fairly charismatic, and fairly well-spoken, and clearly intellectually equipped to deal with it, right? I don't know much about Josh Hawley, but so far, he's my number one candidate, right? Now, there may be aspects to Hawley that someone in the chat's going to be like, no, he's shit because of the XYZ reasons, right? I know nothing about the guy, except he was willing to stand up against what was obvious Democrat corruption.
Yeah, dude, he's been target number one by the media.
Exactly, right. He's been directly opposed to their agenda. He's been directly opposed to their methods. He wrote a book on the tyranny of big tech, and he stood up for Trump in the face of everything.
Yeah.
And he gave a very sensible, middle of the road, but very well reasoned conservative reason. I get a lot of requests from my constituents, and therefore I'm going to serve them. That is exactly the bullseye of how to approach it. That's not the radical way. That is the exact moderate commitment to democracy way, right? And if Josh, and like I said, I don't know much about him, but if he can continue cultivating this, I'm not going to back down to the left.
Yeah.
view,
I was about to say that.
Be the principled populist Republican everyone wants Trump to be, then Hawley could be the man who everyone can literally just funnel behind, the MAGA movement funnel behind. Get his allies in place, boom, and then take the fight to the Dems. Because the Dems if you can get a legit election, then the Dems are going to get wrecked, man.
See, I saw somebody say it in the chat. I don't know whether he caved or not after the Capitol. I haven't seen anything about him apologizing
I don't
or anything
know.
like that.
I haven't seen him backing down. I've seen him after he got deplatformed saying this is fucking tyranny. So that's good, just calling this shit out. That's an excellent step forward. Like I said, I don't know anything about him beyond any of this. This is literally the sum total of my knowledge on him. But so far, I'm actually really impressed.
Oh, somebody said it in a super chat, so I might as well mention it here. Andrew Cuomo is backing down from from the lockdowns in New York because people in the chat or on Twitter were like X, Y, and Z reason. I'm like, bro, do you live in this state? It's so easy. The state is going bankrupt. The state is literally going insolvent.
Yeah.
Like every city, every township, every local in my area is literally running $1 million deficits. All of them are going fucking broke. And it's like, if upstate is going broke, downstate is going fucking broke. So this state is, I think what is happening is that New York is calling creditors and they're starting to say no. And they've been trying to get a fucking a bailout from Congress for months that is not going to happen. So they're like, oh my God, what the fuck are we going to do? So today he's like, oh, we're going to find a safe way to open up, which is all the Republicans said. All the Republicans said the exact same fucking thing. And Cuomo, and I shit on my dad in that as well, because I'm like, I'm going to go over to my parents' house, and my dad's going to be like, oh yeah, Cuomo did it right. Open it up. It's like, my father was like, oh, it's a Black Plague 2.0. It's like, oh yeah, open it up, baby. Because fucking Cuomo's like, irrespective of vaccinations and the virus, we're opening back up. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
But your dad just pivots with the media narrative.
Yeah,
it's good now,
frustrating.
Then it's good now.
It's frustrating. Yeah. But it's like, but the reason why, and I said this at the beginning. I said this at in June. I said that the state is going to run into a wall where it has the choice between bankrupting itself, literally going insolvent as a state, or opening up. I said that this is going to happen. So now that freaking Cuomo is like, okay, fuck the vaccinations, we got to open up. I am 100% certain, and unless somebody proves otherwise, I am 100% certain that this is because every city, every town, every locality, village, whatever the fuck in New York State is running $1 million deficits right now. And it's like, there's been a slew of businesses in my area that have all gone under and are not opening back up. And so it is like tax base.
That's happening everywhere.
A tax base. Oh yeah, sure.
Everywhere.
But the problem is that New York State spends money basically like a communist. Like how you'd imagine a communist would spend money. Like, okay, who gives a shit about the debt? We're just going to print money and keep going. Like that is how New York State runs its budget. And the problem is what happens?
Britain runs its budget.
Yeah. What happens when the creditors say, we're not going to lend to you anymore? What do you do then? And the thing is, and I told this to my parents, I'm like, you guys thought that the summer was bad for riots? And this is the boomer pill, the eternal boomer blue pill. I told them, you guys have no idea. I said to them, like, they were totally blue pilled, like, blind mice, like they can't see it. Race riots in New York if the Gibbs stop.
Yeah.
They have, I told them, it will be worse than anything you have ever fucking seen in your fucking life outside of, like, I don't know, like the race riots in LA or, I mean, I don't even know what to compare it to.
It'll be comparable to that.
I mean, all that gets memory hold as it is for them, but it would make like
they must remember Rodney King.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the L.A. riots, but there was like the Newark
Yeah.
riots in the 70s and other race riots. But it would be like if you cut off public housing, SNAP, which is food stamps, welfare, unemployment, you cut off all of that, state insurance, state health insurance, all at once because the state is insolvent. Imagine the fucking riots from that.
I don't want to.
It will be basically, I don't even know what the fuck to compare it to. Like a couple examples of basically the government is basically being overthrown. Like that is what you'd have to imagine. Like fucking Cuba in the revolution. Like it would be insane. And I told my parents this is like the way that New York spends, that is always a possibility. Because how are you going to pay out tens and tens of millions of dollars every fucking week when you run out of credits? And when you run out of fucking credit, how do you do that?
But not just that. When you run out of people to tax, Cuomo begging his like rich friends not to go, man. That is like new.
They can't raise taxes anymore. I think that you would see the House in like as bad as the chambers are in New York State, which is the Assembly and the Senate. Like they are basically they exist in theory only. Like they do not oppose Cuomo on anything, on any fucking thing. They do whatever the fuck he wants. And seemingly when he doesn't want anything, they just cease to operate. They just disappear off the face of the fucking planet. So that is how when I say King Cuomo and other people, right wingers in the States say King Cuomo, it's because that's how he acts. And it's how the state acts basically around him. But it's if he's coming out saying, "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to open up," you know that he's doing it with good cause. That basically the state has run out of time, and I would wager a lot that is the singular reason that they're willing to do it, is because the state, like the creditors are like they're not answering calls anymore. It's just the debtors calling up, or or it is the creditors calling up. And
so what? Carl, let's talk about what the MAGA movement should do, because I really think this is going to get.
I mean, I've come up with the phrase of fill the void. That's really the phrase that I've come up with, is fill the void of the party. That like you want to incentivize, especially the intelligentsia, the Frenches, the Frums, the George Wills, the Jeb Bushes, the Mitt Romneys, the Justin Amashes. You want to basically, do whatever tactic is necessary at the time, ease them out, persuade them out, attack them until they leave, harass them until they leave, be aggressive towards them until they leave, scare them until they leave. Whatever your tactic is, make it individual for that person. Or act like, like with George Wills and all the fucking intelligentsia types, basically act as middle class or as working class as possible. Be gauche and simple, and act like the North FC. Yeah. North FC simple as kind of politics, like be abrasive, swear, curse. They hate that. They hate it. It's so gauche. It's obnoxious. Oh, you're swearing. Oh, we're so above that. Oh, they hate when Donald Trump swears. They freak out. Like the right wing hates that. They hate it when he swears, because that is something the working class does. It is a class-specific reason why they act that way. Whereas working class people, they scream in fucking like approval of Trump swearing. That
when Trump at his speech was like,
howl.
"This was bullshit."
Yeah.
When Trump at his speech was like, "This was bullshit," I enjoyed it.
He says something like, "We're gonna get those motherfuckers," something like that. Like in a random speech, he said something like that, like "fuck them," or he said "fuck," and people screamed. Like it was the loudest pop in applause that he got the entire evening, was him cursing. Working class and lower middle class people love that. They love that when you hear,
because he's a real guy. He's a real person expressing real frustrations. And it's something
that the stock conservative would never do. Never. And so that's why they approve of it. Even though I think that's...
Hannah. So I agree with you, and I agree that's part of Donald Trump's special charm. But the fear of driving out the intelligentsia is that the party then only becomes, it loses any middle class appeal, right? And so you don't actually. This is why I think that someone like Josh Hawley is actually perfect. It's not just the fact that he's on board; it's also that he has that kind of middle class appeal,
Well,
right? Like your middle class parents would look at the way he's presenting himself and the things he's arguing and be like, well, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable, and like any middle class person should be able to do the same.
I agree. I'm not trying to pursue,
and that's important. That is important.
I'm not trying to pursue the politics of idiocracy for the party.
I worry that it would slide into that, right?
And there is
you want a conservative intellectual class.
The issue, but the problem is, dude, is that the problem with the conservative intellectual class is that they have they've abandoned conservatism. They've abandoned it. Like they've completely abandoned the concept of intellectual, like, an intellectual arguments for what is basically just a conservative position, or of what you would say is philosophical conservatism, but what you could just describe as like a patriarchal society. Like
it's not like I mean, yes, but not. It's not like something you would define explicitly as patriarchal.
Well, the problem is that you basically have to, in order for you to have something that is philosophically conservative, you must have something in terms of your politics that is at a very minimum has a positive view of men and offers a positive view for men. Well, it's not good enough to say that you're pro-family, because a lot of pro-family bullshit is just...
I didn't say that.
Well, no, I'm just cutting you off, because a lot of conservatives, when they say, oh, I'm pro-family, it then launches into a diatribe about women. And that is it isn't philosophically conservative.
Yeah.
I'm trying to separate the two. I'm trying to separate the two, because the problem is that what is Kevin McCarthy talking about? What is the fucking bitch that leads the party talking about, who just got reelected? What is every conservative talking about? Women. All they're talking about is women in the party.
Yeah.
And the problem is, we already have a pro-woman party. So competing with
them... They can't win on that.
And that's the thing. They think they can because they're losing suburban women, and they are losing suburban women. So they're.
But the way to get suburban women back is to be family oriented, right? So, like, again, no. You take the roots in the family, right? But part of the family is the father and husband, and there's nothing wrong with exemplifying and highlighting that at the moment these people are essentially absent and AWOL, right?
Yeah.
This needs to be brought back to public life. And so, I mean, I bet Josh Hawley is married and he's got 2 young kids, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to check, actually, but I bet he does.
Probably. I doubt he's like, what's his face, that black guy with a lazy eye. What's his name? Ran for president. That guy's a weirdo. So is fucking Lindsey Graham. He's a weirdo, too.
Personal life. Married Erin Morrow, an associate professor of law. The couple have 3 children.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. Right? So he is embodying masculine ideals.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you see, I'll stop you there, because it's not good enough It's not good enough in this day and age to just be the thing, because there's way too many fucking people out there that are, even including on our side, that are out there simping left and right, like legit white knights simping out there, and like they turn around and they'll call me a beta male and a pussy and all this shit, while they're out there legit simping. And it's like, that's the thing that on the right, we need it needs to stop, and it needs to change.
The dignity of men has to return.
Yes, absolutely. There needs to be a role in conservatism for, like, it's not even, like, I'm not saying, like, it needs to be, like what would it be, a Meninist or whatever position. It is simply, you must have a positive disposition towards men. That's it's not to say you don't have a positive disposition towards women, but I'm saying that exists, and it's overbearing and fucking insufferable and obviously disingenuous. And as well, it's self-contradictory, where it's like, yeah, we want women in politics and in the office place. What?
Yeah.
And you're a conservative. What the fuck? When are they going to have
Yeah.
kids, you idiots?
I mean, I totally agree. But you're exactly right. You know, we shouldn't really be talking about men and women, because the talking about men and women in these class-based distinctions is what breaks up the family, right? Because instead of talking about men and women, talk about family units. You know,
Well,
how easy? No, no. How easy is it for couples to buy houses? This sort of thing.
that
Right?
to me,
Because that.
it's separate. I think you're.
Well, no. It's not separate, right?
Yes, it
Because you're still
is.
talking about no. Listen, you're still talking about men and women when you talk about the family unit.
Yes, but I think the family. I think the family unit is primary, and I think a lot of conservatives would say this. When you are talking about the family, you are predominantly and primarily talking about children. That is the focus. That is the point of the family.
Yeah, but
is
that's
the
a
children.
mistake. That's a mistake, right? The children are only one component of a family. A mother and a father are the rest of the other components, right? And so when you talk about family, you can put the focus wherever you like, but don't just focus on children. That again, that's the woman's opinion, right? Is to focus on the children, and this is what Republicans need to get to realize. It's like they need to speak from the masculine position.
Yeah,
Like that's I'm rereading Locke. He's very manly. He comes as very manly. The things he's desiring are manly things. You know, the things he's laying out, and that is something that in American conservatism underlies it. And it's funny watching the Daily Wire guys just embrace it unironically.
well,
Just,
some.
oh yeah, some. But I say funny, but it's funny watching Ben Shapiro pretend to be interested in football. Like that cracks me up no end.
I
Like
would say the guy you're talking about in particular is Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is pretty much the person that embodies like the
yeah.
macho as persona kind of deal, and I think that
Yeah.
it's definitely exaggerated from what I can tell. But I think that
Absolutely.
even if that's true, like engaging in
But they-
rhetoric and making points definitely has its place, and I think that
Sure, but
that is worth listening to.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like avoid the left's ability to separate out a family into its component parts, right? So when they say women, you say what, families? I'm like, yeah, but women. It's like, yeah, but that's families. You know, don't allow them to draw the distinction because there isn't one in reality. You know, women are part of the family. It's not something that's separate. It's not an independent class that should be atomized and segregated away from the rest of society to work forever for their corporate overlords. You know, that's not what women are, or at least not in my conception, because that's not what a family is. You know, women are part of a family. And so, you know, the Republicans need to start conceiving of family as a component that they're supposed to be looking out for. The
Well,
left subvert. They're very good at doing this, but by breaking away women as a class away from families, which is for husbands and children, they can persuade women that they have interests that are actually counter to their interests. You know, to their actual interests. They can say, well, wouldn't it be good for you to earn more money? You're being screwed. It's like, how are you being fucking screwed? You're not in competition with your husband for wages. What the fuck are you doing? But because they've got women as a thing that's separate to their family, they can pit these things against men.
I
And that's not
I
how it should be
think
done.
that unfortunately the issue is that many women in this country, including conservative women, have bought into the narrative around
Totally.
women.
That's why it's got to
And
change.
I think it is an incredibly large percentage, at
Yeah.
least the majority. And so the
Sure.
problem is then you are basically going to have to position the right to, well, the thing is like, I mean,
It
I'm
wasn't
not sure
always
what to
like
tell. I'm not
this,
sure what to tell you
right?
because it's just like
Yep.
a matter of like they're going to have to address that issue on those terms. They are going
Yeah.
to have to address that issue.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the problem
the
is that
terms-
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so look, yeah, they are going to have to address it, right? This is, and the way that the right addresses it is by linguistically stitching the family back together. That's right. So you've got to undo the subversion from the Democrats. Like you don't acknowledge, don't recognize in your speech and in the construction of your sentences that there is a distinction between women and their own families. A woman's family is a part of her, man. You can't deprive a woman of her family and think that she's whole. You know,
Well,
that she's happy. And
I
that
already
this
know
is
the
normal.
response. I already know the response. I'm more than
Go
just
on.
a mother.
Sure, you're a wife. You know, you're a homemaker. You're a breadwinner sometimes. You know, you like it's being part of a family is not just being a mother. It's not like it's all of these things. It's a spectrum of different things. It's intersectional motherhood, right?
Well,
Is essentially what we're promoting here.
I'm just saying that, and I stand by the fact that the right is basically going to have to talk women off the ledge.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't think they have that ability at the moment because they're too afraid that they're losing suburban white women and they don't have a response. And the fact is, I don't think you've actually made a convincing argument of what they could do instead. I don't.
Well, I mean, I'd have to sit down and make it a bit better.
Perhaps, and I'm not
But,
trying
like,
to you know.
I'm just pointing in the direction that the Conservatives need to go. I'm not writing.
Sure. But I think my point is that with that issue in particular, that's fundamentally the problem with the party and with the right in general. And it's why I'll be more than willing to say that they could engage in gender politics themselves, because ultimately, like, I think that they're going to have to, just to get back to the issue of philosophical conservatism around the family, because they've just been so unwilling to do it, or have been doing it in such an ineffective manner. And I think it's more so that they haven't been doing it, that we find ourselves now where it's like, I mean, I can't even look at some of the disgusting shit that I see posted my way of like all these like 18-year-old Zoomer girls that are disgusting whores and all this shit. Like, man, the future for women is fucking bleak.
Yeah,
and
I feel bad for women. Like,
yeah.
constantly, and it's always at the same age. You know, you see article after article. I'm 35, and all of my friends are married, and I'm single, and I'm unhappy. Not my problem, bitch. It's literally no one's problem but yours.
Yeah. Well, the issue is that what it requires then is for basically the right, effectively,
to hold them up as examples and say, this is your future, Zoomers.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. Yes, correct. You're right. Well, we're past Zoomers now, I think. I think we're at some point we're going to get to Alpha.
You're trying to explain this to.
But I think that that's part of it. And the thing is, though, you got to understand that, like, the issue is, though, and this is, I guess, just the nature of women. Sorry to generalize, but, like, a lot of women, if told that or shown that, they freak the fuck out. They freak the fuck out when they see that, even if it doesn't apply to them at all.
But you know why, don't you?
Well, it's because they're insecure.
No, it's not. It's more than that, right? It's because they feel personally attacked by that.
Well, that's because what I mean. They're insecure.
Yeah, but this is this is an immutable law of nature, and they have been told that it doesn't apply to them by the left. And it's like, and so what you're saying to them is that all of the bad decisions they've made, because they were persuaded that they were liberated and brave, and so them getting gangbanged in college and stuff like this, these are not brave liberatory decisions. They're actually disgusting and debauching decisions. They're actually ruining. Hang on, they're ruining what it is essentially an honor that women build up, right? And then a man wants to marry an honorable woman. He looks at the way she behaves and the way she comports herself and thinks, right, okay, I can trust her character, right?
Yeah.
But the feminists have persuaded women to abandon the concept of character and base themselves purely on their biological worth. It's not anything under their control. It's just you have a hole and a man wants to put something in that. So therefore you will be fine. And it's like, that's not how it works. That is not how it fucking works. There's way too much competition. And when you get to 35, men won't even care about that hole.
Yeah.
So you have to be aware of this is an immutable law. And so when you tell them that actually, by the way, no one's going to want to marry you because of all the disgusting, like your OnlyFans, basically.
Yeah.
Right. And they're like, what do you mean? And so you have just undone like 10 years worth of bad decisions in one statement. And now they're freaking the fuck out because like they may have like serious moral objections to some of this stuff as well. And they might just sit there and look at themselves disgustedly because it'll be a total inversion of values that you're introducing to them with just that one statement. That's why they freak out. It is too much too far. But honestly, it's just going to have to be a mirror time at some point with women. It's like, well, sorry, this is, you bought into feminism. You bought into being childless and single at 35. That's bad for women. That's not good for you. I'm sorry that you've done this. We've said that this is a bad idea, but you've made your bed and now no one can save you from it.
The really amazing part is all day today, I have been called like a fucking coomer and somebody who's actively like who's in favor of pornography, that has no qualms about it, that doesn't consider the morality around it. Like all fucking day today, I've been demonized around this, and it's like fundamentally, I understand the fact that the pornographers lose nothing. It is the women who are sacrificing themselves and their character.
Pornographers make money.
Yes. And I'm not sitting here as someone saying that there's no cost to this. And it's like, I fundamentally can't stand the fact that, unfortunately, it's like people on the right who would say that that they're conservatives, the people who want to ban pornography, they're so radical and fucking stupid that they attack someone like me, who does have a moral position as it relates to the issue, and as it relates to the issue of women and what they do, and what their role is in society, and good choices and bad choices. But the problem is that you can't just go around calling, porn either a Jewish conspiracy or satanic, and just call women whores. Like, you can't...
Who does that win over?
No one! And it's like...
Exactly.
And the whole thing is, the people like me, who are actually closer to them. Like, I am closer to them in being a traditionalist than any of the fucking degenerates that are on Twitter. And yet, all day today, I've been attacked over it. All day today, I've been attacked over the issue. They don't even bother to even understand remotely what my position is. And, it's like, it's so frustrating to me because, unfortunately, with the right, especially the people that are right now really, spurg-tastic on the issue of pornography, like, they don't even have an answer or any kind of explanation to women outside of just, I don't even know, like, memeing.
Be an obedient trad wife.
Well, it's not even that. Like, even they would, for whatever reason, like, you say that, but I've seen them spurg out on that issue as well. And so, unfortunately, with the right now, in that particular manner, it's like, the problem that needs to have, the issue is that you need to have a very serious conversation about the issue, and as monotoned as possible as you do it, in terms of laying this out and basically undoing like 60 years of so-called women's liberation. Because the fact is, my huge issue with this, of like, I want to be the biggest white knight. I want to be the biggest white knight. Everyone's screaming this. Here's the problem that I have. Women are fucking miserable. Women have all this freedom and independence, and they can treat their body, they can abuse their body in every which way till they've basically been discarded by society. And they're all fucking miserable.
Louis Le Vau confirmed simp.
Well, here's the problem. It's the consideration. It's the consideration that I have towards women, and that I want them to be happy. And the problem is that so many of these people, including all these fucking scumbags online, of people that are in favor of all this, of what you could call degeneracy, of degenerating women to just like Dank just tweeted about yesterday, where I said his tweet is more insightful than he realizes, of like, women, like these kind of women only understanding their value being their sex. Like, being able to put out is their only understanding of their own value. And how sad that is once they're, old and dried up and used.
That's it.
Like, they're like basically suicidal for the rest of their lives. Because that's it. They're done. They have nothing left to offer. Because of themselves.
But this is where the conservatives should actually really be making some serious gains, right? Because there's many ways to approach it, but one of the ways is like a tactical analysis.
Yes.
You can literally be like, look, ladies, right? Men want sacredness in their women, right? Men want to worship women in some degree, right? This is what simping is. This is what this is them, like, they want to dedicate their lives to a woman. Right, many of them really do want to dedicate their lives to a woman, to making sure that she has everything she needs, right? Obviously to raise kids.
Yeah.
And this, if you want to get a really prestigious husband, right? You want to get someone who is very, wealthy, provides what? Look at all the wives of the rich people, right? They're good-looking women. They keep themselves in trim. They're not just like annoying blabbermouths. You know, they don't just prostrate themselves on a stage or do, you know,
Right.
ridiculous
Yeah.
things, or at least in public. You know, like they have an amount of dignity to themselves that is appealing to their husbands. And to get access to the husband's resources and what he provides, you need to make sure that you are in a certain kind of condition. And it's not that hard to do. You know, you don't
No,
have
it
to be a
isn't.
supermodel or anything. But just don't be a rampant prostitute
Yeah.
who does
Yeah.
it for free.
Well,
You know, that's a start.
I said it on Twitter the other day that licentiousness is not a personality, and it's like for
Yes,
a lot of the
that's
most
good.
disgusting
That's
people
good.
that I've seen online, like they think that that is like their personality, and it
Yeah.
is disgusting. Like I fundamentally I don't understand what. Well, I do really. It's hedonism. It's basically acceptance towards hedonism. Like that is good, and I'm going to
Yeah.
imbibe that. Like that's
But
my
the
life.
whole point of hedonism is debasement, right?
Oh yeah.
It's reducing the mystique, the sacral nature, the honor, the magic of the thing, right? It's to get rid of the magic of something that is built up, because like women have got to understand the power that they can wield as women, like womanly women who are chaste and who are perceived as being chaste, who are perceived as being worthy and like someone who you want to pursue, right?
With
The, the,
grace.
yeah, grace. Exactly. Grace is a great word, right? To cultivate that is the same thing as a man cultivating gravitas.
Yes.
You know, like it's the same thing. A woman cultivating grace. So even when she's old, this grace will still be with her, and men will still react to the grace, even though they're not trying to court
Yes.
her. Right, and so and this is I saw an interview with an old actress. I can't remember her name now, right? But it was at the Cannes Film Festival, and she was complaining that everyone treated George Clooney with a huge amount of dignity because he has gravitas, and she was complaining that no one treats her that way. It's like, okay, but
You don't have
you
grace.
know, yeah, you don't have grace. Exactly, you don't have that thing that you should have been as a woman cultivating,
Yeah.
and you were trying to compete with the men. It's like, well, that was silly. Who put that idea in your head? You
Yeah.
know, like the men are obviously going to be better at cultivating gravitas. They've been doing it for millennia. You know, that's how men get by when they're old, is look like they're wise and know stuff.
Yes.
You know, but there's something that's been taken away from women because
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah. And I think that
The
basically
ability to gain this kind of grace is stealing from them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what they're
I think
losing when
that-
they become these whores on, you know, like when every man on, you know, like in the college campus has seen that woman's most intimate parts and her doing the most intimate things. Who the fuck is going to want to marry that?
See, and here's the thing. I said this a while ago, and I had all these fucking retards on Twitter who were like, bro, you know, you have any idea how many people online are into MILF porn? Like, they said that as an actual response to me, to what I was saying about what
Okay.
we're talking about. That, bro, do you have any idea how many guys are into MILF porn? You're telling me that women are like, they're not going to be interested at 35? It's like, yeah, they might jerk off to them, but they're not interested in marrying them, are they?
Yeah, they're not going to be happy.
But I'm telling you, like, there's a lot of people that genuinely see that as like a rational response to what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
And it's
that
hilarious.
fails to understand what we've been talking about.
Well, it's the problem. It is the ultimate. Well, here's the thing. The people that would consider themselves to be liberals in the way that you and I would normally, like we're talking about something that is basically archetypally conservative or traditional.
Yeah.
They would see they hear what we're saying here, and they say, as a liberal, what do you have any idea how many people are into MILFs? You have any people into MILF porn, bro? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking? Are you trying to take away women's freedom? Are you trying to tell women how to act? And I'm telling you, just one of these days, bro, I need to get you in a room with like 3 people you think are rationally intelligent people, and then have you say what you just said, what we've been talking about, and I want to watch your reaction as they then say that to you.
Yeah,
I want to watch your
I-
reaction.
Yeah, no, I believe it. But that's the thing, right? We're having 2 different conversations, because I'm talking about aesthetics. I'm talking about art, right?
Yeah,
so
beauty.
Yeah. What a woman is doing when she's acquiring this grace is building up a kind of artistic narrative and an artistic vision of herself, right? That is perceived in other people's heads, like all art is, and the message that she's transmitting creates an impression of a thing, right? And it's a kind of compact universe with its own rules. You know, it doesn't necessarily have any particular function in the real world or like directly in a material sense, but there's something stirring and, you know, like important about it. And it's something you build, you know, it's something you create. It's not just dropped out of the heavens. And this, to encourage women to act in ways that destroy the art of being a woman is really horrible. Actually, it's really bad for them, and they've had this stripped away from them in some ways. But I mean, a lot of women who will claim to be like, you know, this sort of postmodern, you know, like woman, will actually fall back on the grace and art of being a woman without doing, like, Shoe on Head's a good example, right?
Oh Jesus!
No. She look at the way she presents herself, right? She has the grace and the art of being a woman, and she doesn't dress like a slut. She doesn't have an OnlyFans, right? She'll make jokes and like commentary about sex on Twitter, but that's as far as she goes. She's actually really fucking conservative when it comes to her own sexuality.
Well,
Like,
I would say that she has to at this point.
of course she does, but the point is, she doesn't have like legions of simps like a lot of other people do. She has legions of commies, you know.
I mean,
You know what I mean. It could be a lot worse. She could be.
oh
so
sure,
much,
oh sure.
you know,
I mean, there's
so
no
much
question
worse.
there.
Right? Exactly. And yet, for considering the space she's in, she's incredibly conservative with herself as a woman. You know, so she maintains this mystique. And this is, it's interesting how they do it automatically, right? And yet they'll be like, well, you know, it's no problem if someone else does it. It's like, sure, not for you personally. I mean, that's your competition debasing itself. That's always useful. Like, you know, that's good. If you're like, oh, look at every other man. Carl, you're stronger than every other man around here. Do you know that? I'd be like, fantastic. You know, that's good news for me. You know, I'd love to be the strongest guy in the room. That is good. That's a good thing, isn't it? And so it's like the woman being the most womanly, gracious woman in the room is good for those women. And so, you know, more women need to have it understood that actually by debasing themselves, they're losing something.
I don't know. I think that
did I not make the case articulately?
You could have chosen a better example, because if we're dealing on a spectrum here, I don't know if that would be my citation. But we'll leave it at that. I don't want to shit talk somebody. All right.
No. But it's the fact that Shu is a self-avowed leftist and, you know, sex positive and all this, that is very interesting that she's so conservative with her own sexuality. And I'm not objecting. I think that's a good thing. Like, you know, but
yeah, she's better than somebody like what's her face that dated Chris.
Oh, Lacey Green.
Yeah,
exactly. Exactly.
She's definitely the worst example that I could cite.
Yeah, but there are loads, you know, but you know, loads of like radical left wingers.
Oh yeah, well there's tons of disgusting people that you could cite, but I just mean that with this particular issue, I think that unfortunately, like, we on our side of things, I think that we are probably in the minority. I think that
sure,
I saw
but
something
we're also
with you.
Right.
Oh yeah, of course, but that doesn't really matter to certain people. But I remember.
No, but it matters when the arguments come together and collect. Like, I will be able to make the charge of being a social conservative to Shu in her behavior and reveal preferences, and she won't be able to deny it.
Maybe so. But I try to remember what it was. You gave some kind of speech, or you did an interview, and it was not that long ago where you did it, and you were basically making a philosophical conservative argument towards something, and you're basically trying to give the justifications for why we should have at least like you weren't saying like I am a philosophical conservative. You were saying we should have at least a side that is philosophically conservative, but it could be easily misinterpreted as you advocating philosophical conservatism, because basically you were. And people in the response were like, what the fuck is he talking about? He's like a traditionalist now. What the fuck? Like, it was so funny.
Okay.
Because the problem that we have ultimately is that a lot of like the philosophical liberals, the people that would say that I am a liberal first, they have basically detached themselves from the position of traditionalism being a good thing, even though I think that the conservatives have the liberals, including myself, basically in a bind that without Christian virtues, what are you? where would you be? What would your argument be? And basically, the best we have is like Aristotelian virtue, Aristotle.
I actually do think that's a very strong argument that can be made at this point.
It is, but it's
essentially leading into Stoicism.
Yes.
But, yeah.
But the issue is that what would apply more so to the average person in your society? Would it be Aristotle or would it be Christian virtue? And I think that there is truth to say
in America, probably Christian virtue.
Oh, well, I guess. I mean, it depends on the nation itself and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
I don't think you could appeal to Christian virtue in Britain. But I actually do think you could appeal to Aristotle, because Aristotle is secular. He doesn't reference any gods or God at all. You know, he's just talking about what the individual can do from their point of view. And so in Britain, I think that the Aristotle aspect is actually quite powerful.
Well,
but in America, it probably is more powerful to be Christian.
I would say that the problem with that framework is that there is, despite how impotent Christianity is at the moment, despite what some people think, I hear people I could name bragging about the Catholic Church. And it's like, there's nothing to brag about there, brother. You know, you can believe that this church is going to save you and you're going to heaven. There's nothing to brag about with the Catholic Church. What
would you be bragging about?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, that it's true. That it is the true faith. That is the point by which that you brag about. And that you're going to heaven and the rest of us are going to hell. But the problem is that the church itself as an institution is as limp as the dick of a man who's 110 years old,
and doubtless irredeemable,
seemingly.
Yeah.
But in any case, the issue with Christianity is, despite its apparent impotence, the people that believe in it would be willing to fight more for the Christian virtue than you would see in the future, where Aristotle is a white man and it's holding up a white supremacist institution, so fuck Aristotle. I think that the problem is that if push comes to shove, the way things are going, those on our side, might have no other choice but to fall back on Christian virtue and Christian. I'm going to have to be citing the Bible, because basically everyone and their grandmother thinks that Aristotle is evil. You know, you see what I'm saying here?
Sure. But I mean, I don't think that I think Aristotle's kind of established at this point, so I don't think that you could reasonably paint him as evil.
Yeah, so are the police, so is policing, so is liberalism, so is the republic, so is capitalism.
I concede the point.
Even the corporations are like, we're evil. We're evil.
All right. Okay. You got me. Okay, I recant that.
I'm not trying to in any way say that
you're right.
There isn't an unbelievable moral foundation there that the entire West owes. But the issue is that we are in such shaky ground.
Anything can be demonized. Yeah.
That unless we basically put aside the virtues of Aristotle and crush our opposition, that we have no choice.
Aristotle isn't a pacifist.
Oh, I know. I'm not trying to say that. But what I'm basically saying is that we're going to have people in the background saying, "Excuse me, Louis, but what about fairness?" And it's like, oh, okay. We'll get right to that in a while. Don't worry. We will get to that. Because that is a virtue that I believe in strongly.
Yeah. And when we've committed some unfairnesses, then we'll have a conversation about it.
Once we win.
All the unfairnesses are going one direction.
Once we win, and we can be sure of that, then we'll worry about fairness.
Oh yeah, once it's the our side making the decisions about what's fair, then we have a conversation.
And the other thing is,
we will be merciful. They won't.
The useful thing about Christians as well is that you see this, and it's very strong, is once people start doing things against Christians reflexively say, we're being persecuted, hello everyone, we're being persecuted. And I'd say even now, there's too little of it. And that's what I'm saying with the Catholic Church. Every French church, every church in France is being burned to the ground. And the Catholic institution is just sitting there. And it's like, what the fuck? Even I have to sit there and be like, what's going on? Are Christians being persecuted in France? And the institutions themselves are just sitting there saying nothing. And so that's one of the unfortunate parts about it. But I would still give them credit over the academics and the institutions. You know, I'd say they're far weaker than the Christians are.
Yeah.
So at least with that issue of why, like, even just as of late, I have been citing, more biblical things with the intention that it's basically arguing the same virtues. They're mirrored in terms of what you would get from Aristotle, like what would be, liberal virtue. You could get from the Bible in many ways. And so long as they're mirrored, you can make the same argument with the same kind of credibility
you can.
to them.
I hate to do this, and my son's waking up, and I think he's due a bottle, so I better go give it to him. So I'm gonna go to bed and then hand him off to my wife.
Okay.
The reason that he's with me is because she's had him for like the past 3 days.
I know you said
like, all night, and like every 3 hours he wakes up, and so she's been shattered. So I thought I'd give her a few hours in bed, but now I'm gonna go hand him off after I've given him a bottle and head to bed myself. But this has been really good fun being like boomer trad-cons.
Yep,
the
glad to have you
trad-con
here.
Insurgency. Yeah, like women back in the kitchen. Come on, enough of this now. Had your fun, but look how much you've ruined.
Yeah, not even joking. 19th in question. 19th in question. It's just I'm saying just have a hearing on it. Have a hearing in Congress on the 19th. That's all I'm saying.
Just a discussion.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
The merits.
I'm not even joking when I say have a hearing on the 19th.
God, imagine if basically the boomer Republican women just essentially vote to abolish the women's vote.
Well, I mean, look who stood
Democrat
against it in the
women
first
on
place.
Suicide watch. Man,
who was the majority against it? It wasn't men. Men are the ones that got it done.
Yeah. And the women are suddenly like, no, we demand you take away our right to vote. We've really screwed this up.
I say at least start the argument. That's the only place. That's the only thing we can do. Just put it out there. Here's the argument, as dispassionately as it can be put. Don't. It needs to happen. It needs to happen.
I think I have to disavow at that point and head to bed. So.
I'm respectable enough to say that the women's vote should be up to women. Let the women decide. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we have to make the
Scottish
arguments.
Independence. Like, let them decide, and when they decide in my favor,
and Welsh as well.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But right, I'll speak to you later, man.
Yeah. See you later. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye.
All right. Well, thank you, Sargon, for stopping by. I appreciate him coming by because I know he's been busy with everything, with a newborn member of the family and his business, which he's been very busy with. Really liking what he's been putting out recently, so that's been good to watch. So if you haven't heard of his new channel, it's Lotus Eaters. It's his new website, and they've been posting all kinds of crazy articles too up there if you haven't seen them. So I recommend stopping by Sargon's websites and channel. But I got super chats, and I know that there's been a couple people complaining, so we'll get to the super chats in a minute here. I'm going to put up a new image. Let's find a new image. Where is it? Let me find something. What do we got? Looking for something kind of wholesome, but I'm having difficulty. Give me a second here. I guess we'll go with this for now. Put this up. All kinds of people in the chat are gonna complain, but go fuck yourselves. Alright, get rid of this. So, allow me to get the dashboard up, and we will go through the super chats. God damn it. I don't know why it does that. It's not supposed to. Okay. Where is donations? So I saw somebody give me $100, so say Cowboy Curtis, thanks for that. I'll get to your shit in a second here. Okay, so Turtle says predicted it back from the Biden multiplayer stream, got laid off, have some Gibbs, keep up the good content. I assume you're talking about New York with that, so thank you for that there, Turtle. No Name says, it's been ages since I caught you and Sargon streaming. Well, it's been a while since I've streamed with Sargon, to be fair. I've been way out of politics ever since. I went back to basic in September. I assume you mean military training. Any big stories I should check out? Are you kidding? I will say if a Boogaloo kicks off, I'm defecting. I will blank commies and... do you mean Taliban or Talesman? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But I'm not going to say that particular word. But thank you for the support. Diddly Doodler says, collections for the pastor. Thank you, Diddly Doodler. It's always nice of you to show up and say that. Narco Republican says, I was just looking at what the bread tubers say about the Parler situation. Oh, dude, it's so fucking predictable. Might makes right. Fuck you. It's just amazing the way these people really believe it was a Nazi coup. They don't believe that. They don't believe that. They shamelessly wipe their ass with freedom of speech. Of course they do. Like, how are you surprised? I'm not trying to insult you, narco-Republican. Bro, these guys are communists. Like, how do you find any of that surprising? And they don't believe in anything. They don't believe in anything. They're like the fucking nihilists from The Big Lebowski. They're jokes. Like, they are... I mean, the fucking... What's his name? Fat Ian, as he's called? He is not an intellectual. This guy is a dumbass. He will say whatever he thinks he needs to say at the time. Like, I've seen all these fucking people like, oh, here's this time when Fat Ian contradicted himself. It's like, yeah, he doesn't believe in anything. He's a communist. They don't believe in any of this. This is all nonsense. They will say anything they need to say rhetorically to get their way. It's like takir, you know, for like Muslims. That's a comparison that I can make. They don't believe in any of this. You know, them talking about killing people and overthrowing capitalism and overthrowing the government, that's the shit they mean. That's the shit that they'll laugh about and be like, you know, whatever. They'll say that they're joking. They mean that. That's the shit they're not kidding about. I see people in the chat. They realize what the reference is. I see FGR in the chat. People are getting the reference, it seems. And I hate his name. Like, Vaush. I really don't like the name. I'm not even saying that because, I don't like this guy. Because I don't watch him. I don't pay any attention to him. I don't care about him. I wish people would just ignore the guy. But Fat Ian, I really like that nickname. Because I think it just sticks. You know? I think it just sticks as a nickname. So I like that nickname. It shouldn't matter where a name comes from. If it's a good nickname and it sticks, use that nickname. And so I like that nickname. Fat gay retard. There you go, chat. I said it. Fat gay retard. There you go. I think Fat Ian is far better. I don't know why people are saying FGR. I think Fat Ian is way better. And again, like I'm not even trying to shit talk. I don't like the guy. I think he's a lying piece of shit and an unserious person. Like there's plenty of people that are just like, you know, reviewers and commentators, and it's like, I take Razorfist seriously, I take Styx seriously, I take Sargon seriously. There's a variety of people that I take Dank seriously, even though he'll probably tell you shouldn't take me seriously. I'm a comedian. I take Dank seriously, and it's why I sometimes get into spats with him and others. It's because I take them seriously. And there's people who I disagree with who I take seriously, even though it's a shrinking fucking list. Let me tell you. And it's not my fault for that. What can I say? But there are certain people who I just don't take seriously because they're just... It's like Jank's cousin, Hassan Piker. It's like taking that guy seriously. It's like, what? This guy is an idiot and a lunatic. Why engage? Why even discuss him? Why even mention him outside of right now to say, like, he's someone that I don't pay attention to? Because who gives a shit what that guy thinks? That guy is not carrying the weight of the left. That guy is going nowhere fast. And that's how I see Fat Ian. It's like, he has this audience and he does his own thing, but like people talking about him and bringing it up and wanting to debate him and debating him, it's like, why? You know, it's like I said that to fucking Sargon the last time. I gave Sargon shit the last time he had Destiny. I think it was in the election stream. I gave him shit over that because he was such a disruptive faggot the entire time. And Sargon brought him in like, oh, let's get him in. It's like, I'm sitting there like, are you fucking serious, dude? And he brought him in, and guess what? He acted that way. And so later on, I had to go to Sargon and be like, dude, why the fuck did you do that? That was dumb. You brought in some disruptive faggot on a whim that you thought he was going to be something than how he is every time. So I gave Sargon shit for that. He got an official, not face-to-face, but first-hand disavowal from me. Scathing from me for doing that. Because it was stupid. And it's like, why did you do that? And it's the same thing. It's like people bringing in, it would be like bringing in Fat Ian. Why? Why would you do that? I have more respect for Jimmy Dore, who got a bunch of cops killed, than I do for fucking any of these other people that I've talked about who I've said I don't respect. Like, Jimmy Dore, I have more respect for him, and he is a literal lunatic who got several cops killed. He's more of an intellectual heavyweight, and I mean that. And he really needs to account for the fact that he probably he radicalized Gavin Long and got cops killed. So thanks, Narco. A hearant of Lady of Columbia says, Styx and Razorfist both have said that people need to begin making private association and measures to separate dependence on government, as well as working on local and state politics. Yeah, that's good advice. Good advice from both. Since state elections are abysmally low and replace takeover GOP. Yes, that's smart advice. I'd give the same advice. Is your best move is to find someone who is a semi-successful Gen Zer or boomer who is palatable for our politics, who is red-pilled on several different things, who basically you can give a checklist to, like a memorandum, an affidavit, a political affidavit, like, here's a bunch of things. Do you agree or disagree with these things? If in office, would you agree or disagree with these things? Like, the GOP used to do this all the time. What's his name? Luntz or somebody in the GOP, Karl Rove, I forget who. They used to give these tests out to Republicans. Like, sign this memorandum is basically like a political affidavit. You agree with lowering taxes, restraining the deficit, like doing these things. Do you agree, and are you willing to do these things if put into office? Find some semi-successful boomer or Gen Zer in your area and have them, and who's interested in running, have them sign off on all these things, not promote feminism, XYZ, just go down the list of serious politics, go after the universities, go after big tech, do these meaningful things, just instead of saying going after feminism, anything like that, promoting a positive image for men and boys. That would be an easy thing to have them sign off on. And any guy, and by the way, I hate to say this, but on the right, I'm not really in favor of more women in politics. I know that there are red-pilled women, but the problem is that there's a lot of fucking mercenaries that are pretending to be that, and we need to be very fucking wary of that. I know how that sounds, blah, 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 but at this point in time, I view every female politician with suspicion. People earlier in the chat were saying that we're simping for Tulsi Gabbard. You fundamentally don't understand my perspective. I am very suspicious of every female politician because they all seem to be listless and mercenary. So I don't trust them. And on the right, all I'm going to say is I'm not writing off women because there are red-pilled women that are running and yada, yada, yada. But the problem is that many of them are weak. Many of them fold. Many of them don't know how to put together a fucking argument. Many of them don't know how to actually be aggressive, and they act in this demure, stupid way where this is definitely not their arena to be acting that way without intelligence. You can act that way, but intelligently, and it seems that They aren't media trained. They don't know what the fuck to do. And you got better odds with a guy who's successful, who, when pressured, reflexively defaults to, no, you can't fucking coerce me. You can't bully me. You can't push me. Like, that is their reflex, is aggression. That is far more palatable to what we want, to what we have. So, yes, right there. Somebody said in the chat, Merkel is allegedly a fucking conservative. That's a great example. You know, no one's disregarding Thatcher or whatever, Ayn Rand, or the two examples you got going. But I could cite you a million women that are involved in just American politics who suck ass. One of them just, like, literally lost the election in the Senate in Georgia because of her own meekness, ineffectiveness, incompetence, and inability to act in the way that she needed to win. And I know that people could speculate about that election, and I would too, that the party itself was actively trying to make her lose. She's got that going against her. She's in a blood red fucking state, people. Come on. But that's my point. That that other guy lost too, but as far as I can tell, that guy was a weak pussy too. I never saw anything by that guy that was impressive too. I don't remember the guy's fucking name. Yeah, Theresa May is a conservative. Exactly. And people in the chat get it. Thatcher was basically a man. Yeah. But my point is, it's not to say women can't be involved, women can't run, but it is to say, if we aren't going to let internationalist conservatives or like Amash-style conservatives run, you need to be holding that same standard against women. And there's a lot of women politicos and a lot of women that want to get involved in politics who are Mitt Romneys, who are Amashes, who are Liz Cheneys. They're two-faced, they're duplicitous, and they're fucking weak. They're losers. So that's the worst thing possible. Better to take odds with a boomer Republican who, you know, has foot and mouth syndrome like Trump than with a weak woman. And besides which, fucking, when it's a woman conservative, female conservatives don't turn out. Female conservatives do not turn out for women candidates. Female conservatives turn out with strong men candidates. So it's, I hate it. I hate it all. I hate it. But yes, anyways, good point here by Lady of Columbia that it all does start on the local level, and that is how you take over the party. It could take a generation. People, you know, don't understand. We could have a completely defanged, useless GOP for 40 years. I could be 80 fucking years old and we could still have this problem. It all starts with the ground level of people who are semi-successful, not 30-year-old people talking, you know, on a mortgage, unemployed like myself. It requires people who are semi-successful, who have some amount of time at their disposal, getting involved in local politics and either grooming someone themselves and basically financing them or helping finance them, connecting them with other people, or themselves running for office. And obviously you don't start out for running for Senate, okay? You start out in local, legislatures, city legislatures, councils, whatever. You run for a small office, you go to a local GOP meeting, you say to a GOP representative, I'm rich, or I'm semi-successful, I have time to run, and, you know, if they think you have access to money, they will get on their knees right then and there for you. I've seen this myself. They have an archetype that they look for. Right now, on the right, especially if you're black, you have, like, a total fucking advantage if you're a Republican. They're looking for black Republicans at the moment. So if you are, like, basically a red-pilled black Republican, even if you're not that well off, they will basically try to place you in, like, a council position or a state assembly position if that's open and they can get you to compete. And if they can't, maybe they can try to get you some money if you're willing to fundraise. You basically just have to introduce yourself to the system but you can only be in a certain position depending on your position in life. If you got a stressful job and you got a family and you got responsibilities and you're not that well off, then you can't run. You can't be involved. You don't have enough time. You have too many responsibilities. So unfortunately, you're just kind of pushed out until maybe later in life when your kids are 17 years old. And then you've paid off your house, you paid off your cars, your kids are now independent, and you're in that position to do that. But if you're young, like a lot of my audience is, it all depends on your financial position, your employment position, and honestly, your racial position. If you're white, you basically have to have something else going for you if you want to join the Republican Party and have an active role. In a very pursuant way. You can just go to party meetings and shit like that. But if you want to actually have play a part early on where you will be pulled in by the system, black, Hispanic, non-whites, that's what they're actively looking for right now. Especially in certain states, bro. In fucking Arizona, in Florida, it's like all of these different states. If you're Hispanic, they are foaming at the mouth to find somebody to represent whatever, dog catcher. They're looking for people. So basically, what happens is, the way this works out is good advice from Sticks and Razor. We get into low-level positions if we're not anybody, if we're nobodies. If you are like, some of my audience are like mathematicians and engineers and scientists and all this crazy shit. Like, I got people that are like rich that send me money. Like, I just talked today with a guy named Fat Cat, who is himself some kind of fucking engineer or some shit, who's probably making $150,000 a year, some shit, because he throws money around like it's fucking toilet paper. Some of you people are rich as fuck. And basically, the role that you play is you do have to involve yourself with the party. If you're like nerdy and eccentric and awkward, and I'm not trying to disparage anybody here, because I am myself eccentric in certain ways, that you aren't going to be accepted because you don't fit the mold, and that you are going to face a greater hurdle. But if you are basically the archetype of fit, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, like, you are the archetype conservative. Like, you look like you are a college campus conservative. The party loves that. That is the institution of the party. Our rich kid, white, clean cut, preppy hair, preppy dressed, like, that is still the base of the party for, like, the upper echelons in that. Like, what makes up the apparatus. Like, that is the party. The problem is that a lot of those people are too esoteric. They're too abstract. They're too worried about ideology, like libertarian principles and shit like that. They're too hung up on being capitalist first. Like, they're just too hung up on that. And unfortunately, it's not to say that they're not principled, and I'm not trying to disparage those people, but when you are principled to a fault, it's not good. Like, you can't be so strung up on your principles that you cost yourself something. And I mean that in an actual sense, like, man, I wish I wouldn't have said that, because now I have to explain it. An ideology that is self-defeating is one that you should question. It's not to say that your principles are wrong, your moral values are wrong, or anything like that, but you have to at least face the fact that you lost, and you have to address that. You have to think. And a lot of the people that are out there screaming about how pro-capitalism they are, how about they're like dick suckers for the free market and capitalism, and the corporations, like, ostensibly is what we're talking about here. Because I'm not against the free market, I'm not against entrepreneurial spirit and all the rest of it. I'm not an anti-capitalist. But the problem is that basically on the right, being pro-capitalism is synonymous with pro-corporatism, where you are just a corpo dick sucker. And the problem is that the corporations are out there saying, We are explicitly not right-wing. We are explicitly pro-leftist. We will kill you. We will destroy your lives. We will defund you, your politicians, and your party. We will fire you. Fuck the right. Fuck conservatives. Fuck Christianity. Fuck white people. The corporations in unison are screaming at us, and you got 10 million, 100 million motherfucking cocksucking Republicans sucking at their fucking dick on their knees, sucking the dicks of those same corporations. Those I don't want to say are self-defeating principles. That is a self-defeating ideology. That is a worldview that is self-defeating. I am pro free markets. I am pro entrepreneurs. I know entrepreneurs. I am pro entrepreneurs. I am anti lockdown. I am anti state intervention. Outside of destroying cartels and monopolies and whatnot. The issue is, I am not pro corporate. Fuck the corporations. Fuck the corpos. Okay? Fuck corporations. The reason why I say fuck corporations outside of class reasons and other reasons, and the fact that I'm not bourgeois, fuck corporations because corporations are anti-Christian. Fuck corporations because corporations are anti-liberal. Fuck corporations because corporations are anti-conservative. Fuck corporations because the corporations are funding our opposition. They are objectively and overtly anti-right-wing. Fuck the corporations. Do I need to make that any more clear to all of you? Like, I guess I'll just leave it there. Because I don't understand why this is such a problem for so many people on the right. But it is something that needs to be discussed and talked about and argued. Because even while Parler goes down, Parler is getting taken down by a cartel of fucking cooperating, non-competing corporations acting in an objectively monopolistic fashion. All these corporations have formed a cartel to, engage in anti-competitive behavior. All of this is fucking illegal, and they don't care. And who's dick sucking? Dishonest leftists and right-wingers who are being, oppressed. We're being oppressed by corporations that are like, yeah, fuck the right wing, fuck conservatism, fuck whites, fuck Christianity. Oh man, I just love these corporations. What are you doing? Fuck the corporations. That's all I'm gonna say. I didn't make the corporations my enemy. Okay, they made me their enemy. The corporations are waving massive banners. They're flying. They're low flying over me with a plane with a banner on it, and it's like, fuck you, Louis. Sponsored by Coca-Cola. Sponsored by J.P. Morgan Chase. Sponsored by fucking Chevron. Fucking Microsoft, and every other goddamn corporation. Fuck you, Louis. Sponsored by Burger King. It's like, oh, I guess all of these corporations are my enemies. I guess, because they're literally saying that to me. Yeah. If I saw some random American corporation where it's like a mom wearing a crucifix, kisses her kid, and it's a MyPillow commercial, or it is a Coca-Cola commercial. It's like, well, I guess that's tacitly right-wing because she has a crucifix and that's imagery on, but it's completely fucking inoffensive. It's completely inoffensive. But it's like these corporations are going out of their way to just say, hey, everyone on the right, fuck you. We're not only diametrically opposed to you as a corporation, but we are funding your opposition, and your opposition is actively oppressing you, using the private sector and the state. You're evil. You are fucking evil. You are complicit in evil. Shit. Do I need to make it any more clear than that? Let's see here. All that based off of one message. Thank you, Lady Columbia. A Mexican centrist says, "Hello, guys. I live in a border city. So do I. Of Mexico. My mother has been filled with leftist commie propaganda like you have no idea, and she believes the lies regurgitated by leftist Mexican media. And I can't move out. How can I help her?" Being that you're stuck with her, be very careful. Tread very lightly. I know this from firsthand experience. Do not upset the apple cart. Don't. I know this. You gotta understand, dude. I thought like you did when I was like 19, 20. We are 10 years later from that, and more. And I have learned a lesson that the only way that you can persuade your parents is subtly, calmly, through persuasion over an extended period of time. And basically, if they're boomers, which I am not sure how young you are, maybe she's like Gen Z, I guess, then. But with boomers, my parents are boomers, it's basically you need to reiterate yourself to the degree that the media does, and like I said, calmly, persuasively, subtly, like consistently. That's the only way to move the needle, in my experience. Any other way is a bad idea. Because you could push hard enough to where you will agitate them to such a degree that they will basically threaten to disown you. And I haven't directly I have directly experienced this myself, but not to the degree that I've heard like horror stories of like I'm a Republican and I got into an argument with my parents and they basically disowned me and threw me out, shit like that. I had an uncle who was like my best friend growing up and now he fucking hates me because I'm whatever. When it comes to your family, you gotta tread carefully. That's my only advice. Don't go arguing, like don't raise your voice, no matter what they say, no matter how dumb it is, no matter how ignorant it is, no matter how incendiary or, the only way in which that I get angry still with my parents is when they, in a meaningful way or not, when they insult me. That's the only thing that I will take and throw right back in their fucking face. Because I don't tolerate it. I never tolerate it. And the thing is that they expect respect from me, and then they'll disrespect me to my face. And I find that to be something that I should not have to tolerate. And so what I'll do is, I don't really argue now. I don't argue with them at all, because it's a waste of my fucking time. And my father, for example, has just been flat out fucking radicalized. And I know a lot of people are going through something similar at the moment. So all I do is, if they insult me, I just ball it up and throw it right back in their face. Because I know it hurts them. I know it hurts them. Because what they don't realize is when they treat me like a fucking stranger, I can basically cast doubt on the fact that they love me. And that cuts through so easily. And that is a mean thing to do, but it's the thing where it's like, I'm an adult. I have been for a period of time. I'm not a fucking retard, so don't treat me like one. Don't disrespect me, because I don't go out of my way to disrespect them in that way. I respect them intellectually, and they just consistently, for the last year, that is what they've been doing. And now I just don't care. It's like, if you do that to me, I'm just going to throw it in your face. It's just like, anyways, I'll drop that because it's a little bit too personal. But, unfortunately, that's the thing where you got to set a line for yourself, but you got to be careful. Because if you live under the same household, the same house as them, same roof, I mean, you can't push it too far. Don't fuck up your life. Don't do it. It's never worth it. Worry about yourself first. Don't worry about what bullshit your parents believe. You know, if they want to fall face first into a trap, you know, it really is as patronizing as it sounds, or condescending, I suppose. It's a kid in a hot stove position. It really is. That parents will lecture you in that way about practical things, but a lot of times, as the years go on, they either choose two routes. Like, you're supposed to get more conservative, obviously, once you have a family and responsibilities, but when they start veering off in these weird authoritarian left-wing directions where they believe things that are 180 from what they used to believe like 7 years ago, it's like, what can you do? What the fuck can you do? Don't fuck up your life to, you know, trying to make the point that they are dumb, basically. Don't do it. Don't argue with them. And if you do, if you want to argue, monotone, calm, subtle, use persuasion. That's your only fucking option. Let's see here. Let's see. I see some spicy takes in the chat. Mexican centrist says, what about the fact that BLM killed a poor little black girl just because she and her family were Trump supporters? You'd have to cite that. I forget what you're talking about with that. And meanwhile, Cartoon fucking Network, out of all places, can put cringy propaganda pieces with Steven Universe. Oh, as far as I know, I don't follow, you know, Cartoon Network anymore. But Steven Universe, if I understand which one you're talking about, because I never watched it, that is just the tip of the iceberg. Like, that's like the oldest one at this point for like cringy SJW trash. Like, that's like years old, to my understanding. They've had several other shows since then that are just straight cringy SJW crap. And a bunch of creators, since they had like their start, like, what's his face? Tim and Eric. I forget, is it Tim Heidecker? Is that the guy's name? Like, he's like become an SJW. Like, super cringy guy. He's one of those guys. So, unfortunately, it's like, even way back when, you got creators, when I was watching it, that have turned into SJWs and they produce cringy crap. But the problem is that I haven't watched cable, but I haven't watched Cartoon Network in like, I don't know. I'd have to check the last, not the last Venture Brothers season, but I think like the one before that. I'll look that up. It's even before that. Let me see. Yeah, it was, I think, season 5. Let me see. Oh, man, I don't even remember. Fuck. It's so long ago, dude. It's like, I'll say, no, actually, you know what? It probably was season 4. Season 4 was probably the last one. So, 2009. I haven't watched Cartoon Network since like 2009, 2010. So 10 years. I haven't watched Cartoon Network in 10 years. So a lot of it is alien to me as to what they're doing. Yeah, rip Venture Brothers, it's over. For those of you that may remember the Venture Brothers, it's done. They canceled the show. And from what I've seen, see, it's because of what's the guy's name, Pollock and Doc Hammer. Like, it appears that they're the problem. That like people are blaming Cartoon Network, but they were the problem. So it's probably done and over with. Which is unfortunate because they had one season to fucking go and they just couldn't muster up the fucking balls to finish it off. One season to do and they couldn't do it. So that's kind of sad and pathetic. And it seemed like that was their fault. That's Cartoon Network's like, we're willing to do it if you are. And it's like, nope, they're nowhere to be seen. Sad. Let's see here. Brando Commando says, ever since Robert Bork failed nomination during Reagan's final years, the GOP has only nominated judges that have been approved from the Federalist Society. Bush Sr. had Thomas. W. had Roberts. Oh, man. Roberts was such a fucking disaster. Alito, as far as I can tell, isn't that bad. Trump had Trump-McConnell nominations who they tell him to. Yeah, Trump nominated who they told him to. Yeah, largely, yes. I imagine they did give him worse candidates. I do think they gave him worse candidates, so Trump made the better decision out of the worst bunch. But what was required was an unorthodox pick. You needed someone who was like a diehard nationalist. At least one. Maybe you get a fucking Kavanaugh or a Gorsuch or whatever her stupid ass name was. I don't even remember her name. The last one. The female. The token. You get one of those guys, but at the very minimum, you needed a loyalist. You needed someone who was a diehard, like, not a fucking dickhead. Like, oh, I'm so like fucking Antonin Scalia. I'm the biggest Antonin Scalia tryhard fan. Bull fucking shit. Fuck you. Fuck off. At least he had courage. There were several things that I disagreed with Scalia on. He was a little bit, sloppy in certain cases. And you could accuse that for all the different justices, but, the court was lessened by Antonin Scalia's death, and none of these fucking assholes that have replaced him have ever measured up to him in any which way. And it's like, that is so fucking aggravating. You got all these fucking assholes on the court that suck. And as far as I can tell, all these douchebags that they have replaced, like, Roberts is the worst. Roberts is the worst one. I'd rather have fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court, as bad as she was. I'd rather have her on the court than fucking John Roberts. He is the worst member of the fucking court. He is a glory hound. Fuck. I don't even want to get started on him. And this is the thing. No one defends him. No one defends him. I've heard everyone from, like, freaking Matt Walsh to Razor Fist to, like, everyone hates him. Everyone hates Roberts. And yeah, Kavanaugh is another fucking pushover pussy. Kavanaugh is terrible. Amy Coney Barrett. She's even more forgettable. She's more forgettable than Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, any of them. She is just a non-existent entity as far as I can tell. She's worthless. She's like, oh shit. She's not Sotomayor. Who's that other one? Was it Breyer? Whatever his name was. I'm trying to remember who it was. Who's like a total fucking non-entity on the court. Total non-entity on the court. I can't remember the name. But I think that's how she's going to be. She's going to be a total non-entity. And the problem with the court, dude, is what the fuck can you do? The only thing that you can do is basically, the only one in my view that really needs to go, that is offensive, is Roberts. Roberts is the one that really needs to go. on the right. Like, he is such a disaster for us. He is an embarrassment for the right wing. What we need to basically do is come up with a public pressure campaign where not only do we castigate him and pressure him from outside and from within to retire, to resign from the court, but to cut him off from the cameras, detach him from the press, separate him from the press. I don't know how we would do that necessarily, but create a wall from the press and himself and just bombard him, leave. From the party itself, from the average Joe nobody just saying, oh, fuck John Roberts, he should leave the court, he's an embarrassment, fuck him, I hate him. From the party, from within, going to him, ostracizing him from like soirees, and then taking him aside. John, come here. Bro, you're an embarrassment to the party, you're an embarrassment to the country, fucking resign. Get out of here. Jesus Christ, you're ruining the party. Do the smart move. Do the honorable thing. Get fucking lost, please. And just pressure him. Pressure until he finally leaves. Because as bad as all these other limp dick fuckers are, he is the worst. He's worse than the liberal justices. And I mean that. And anyone who says otherwise, it's like, by what measure is he not worse than the liberal justices? Anyways. The Wooster says, our greatest ally, Mexico, was the first country to condemn the Trump banning. Really? I saw something from the president of Mexico. The current president of Mexico is a populist leftist. Why do people still believe that Trump is anti-Mexico framing? It's because these people, like, Trump does not want to outsource all our manufacturing to Mexico. That is why. There's your answer. These people want to outsource all of our manufacturing to Mexico so that they can basically cause more white people to commit suicide. That is their goal. You could say it's just for outsourcing. No, they want more white men to kill themselves. That appears to be their goal. Patrick says nothing, gives $3. Thank you, Patrick. Kiernoth says, in the end, it's the working class against the elites. Also, Streamlab removed Prague Champ as well. Sadness? Prague Champ? I don't know who that is. Cowboy Curtis says, for a big donation, does donating to YouTubers count as charity? Yes, it does. Don't ask me. I'm not a tax person, but yes. Either way, here's my tithe earmarked for the gun funds. Thank you once again, Cowboy Curtis. Glad you're back from your dry spell. Sargon, glad to see you and hope you're doing well. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's very happy, even with the new baby. I'm sure he's glad to once again be a father and to take care of babies and all that. He seems to really thrive on being a father, so I'm sure he's happy. I'm sure Dank's going to be the same way soon. Cheese says, former Long Islander living in Florida. Oh, God. Oh, Cheese. Oh, you're making me jealous. You're making me fucking jealous, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea, dude. In Long Island, too, that's it's... Well, I don't want to say too much, but as far as I know about Long Island is pretty bourgeois. So you're leaving the lap of luxury, even though you're being taxed to death. But still, Florida is looking very nice. That's all I'm gonna say right now. Andy Cuomo, I think you mean King Andrew Cuomo, sir. Sir Andrew Cuomo there. Cheese. For life in prison, I hope to God that lessons can be learned by the GOP and that they can finally wake up. We need to smash the cathedral and send Robin DiAngelo to Guantanamo Bay for the rest of its life. I'm not saying that that's off. I mean, the Democrats won't close Guantanamo Bay, so naturally, the thing is that you have to utilize the tactics that you have before you, and to disregard them is folly. That is the smart move to make. And do I really want to push it? Do I want to press it? I don't know if I should post a picture of a rabbit loli. So I guess I won't post that. Or a wet loli. Won't post that either. What can I post to change things up? Here, this one's inoffensive. It's another nylon one. There you go. Inoffensive. Let's see here. Governors to Gitmo. Okay, I want to just say, if anyone is going to fucking Gitmo, it's the fucking governor of Georgia and Larry Hogan, who I think is the governor of Maryland. Okay, if anyone's going to Gitmo, governors to Gitmo, let's put Andy Cuomo aside. It's Larry Hogan and whoever the fuck is in charge of fucking Georgia. The guy of Georgia is first. Come on. Let's see here. Let's see. What is going on here? Anyways. AK Jedi says, "Hey Louis and Sargon, been watching for a while now. I was talking to my dad on the way to work about recent events, and we were discussing what could be done to stop the vast power of the media and all the corporations other than ban them. Thoughts?" Well, I mean, it's a matter of steps. It's a matter of degrees. Basically, think of it of like levels or steps on a ladder of threat. Basically, like, I'm sure it's a very good question, AK Jedi. It's a very good question. And I do think that at this point it is a necessary question, because the media itself is actively trying to label all of us, regardless of what our individual disposition is, our beliefs are, our worldview, our principles. Like, they don't care. They are actively trying to label all of us as terrorists in a meaningful way, where they are actively, like, threatening federal prosecutions, where, like, Glenn Greenwald, who's not an unserious person, is on Fox News screaming that they are going to utilize the state in the same way that they did against Muslims, against whatever, after 9/11. They're going to utilize the state and all the apparatuses of the state, all the agencies, against just the right. The right, not like all these other groups, the white nationalists or whatever. The right. Where Glenn Greenwald is saying they are trying to do this, and the media is doing everything in their power to generate that interest, to generate that fervor, and the prerequisite to have that happen. You're asking a very legitimate question, and so what needs to happen is a very reasoned, tactful, and meaningful discussion of ideas that is not like, oh, we need to qualify. It is basically, we are in full Machiavellian mode of the necessary steps of degree, of basically, what is it going to take for them to back down? And Sargon and I were talking about this with the left, and I was kind of dismissing him, maybe in an unfair manner, and to that degree, maybe I should apologize. But the issue with the media is that it is a matter of taking things up notches of severity to where we act against them, where the minimum is articles castigating, criticizing the media. That is like the most innocent, innocuous thing that you hope that they look at. Here's a critique. You did this wrong. You did that wrong. You should do this. You should do this. These should be standards. You should be engaged in objectivity. Instead, you're doing this. Like, that is innocuous and that is fair. The next step is that you create articles where you call people out. You say Jake Tapper is inciting violence against conservatives. Jake Tapper is inciting violence against right-wingers. Jake Tapper is inciting, and maybe you say it's because he hates right-wingers, or he's making money off of this hatred. He's trying to capitalize on this hatred and incite hatred, stir hatred. You use greater terms, more incendiary terms. You engage in accusations that are fair accusations, by the by. These are fair accusations to make against him because he just got promoted within CNN, and he has been the most insane. Like, he has been on fucking what's the name of that fucking guy? That's former sports guy who's like a lunatic. Who's got white hair. I forget the douchebag's name, but like calmly stating insanely incendiary things. Whereas that guy was screaming it. The guy with the glasses and the white hair was like a sports guy. That guy was screaming it. Whereas Jake Tapper is basically saying the right wing are terrorists and we should oppress them. He is that far down the line. Like, it is straight up incitement to violence that he's preaching. And he just got fucking promoted. So, you write articles accusing him of that, because that is the actions that he's engaging in. The next step beyond that, boycotts, organizing, calling advertisers, basically trying to punish however you can those actors. You find the worst actors profiting, benefiting through this, engaging in the most extreme violent rhetoric, and you organize around them, and you do everything you can to punish them, to ostracize them, to target them so that everyone knows that this behavior is unacceptable and that there is a price to pay. Because it is legitimately immoral behavior. It's not that wrong think. It's they're trying to get people murdered. They are evil. How they're behaving is evil. They need to stop. They need to stop doing this. There should be organizing around that. The next step is you have denunciations by politicians. You know, it's not just politicos or activists. It's elected official politicians denouncing Jake Tapper, refusing to go on CNN, saying that until Jake Tapper apologizes for engaging in incendiary rhetoric and violent rhetoric that is inciting violence against the right, I am not going to go on CNN, and I call on all right-wingers in the party to write an MO denouncing CNN and denouncing Jake Tapper, using him by name, addressing what he said, addressing the conduct, why it's wrong, and a boycott. That no one's going on that channel because they're engaging in evil conduct and they're promoting based off of it. Then you advance that as well. You have a hearing in Congress where you call in Jake Tapper. You subpoena Jake Tapper for engaging in that. You have investigated for that inciting speech, that he's inciting violence specifically against, in certain cases, actual people, named persons that he's inciting against that is criminal. So you push an investigation his way. You push a hearing based on that. You hold a committee based on that. You start involving the state. You see where I'm going with this? The next step, you open an investigation, you have them arrested, you have them charged. You say that they engaged in incite to violence. You do say that they violated a person's right. They incited violence against Josh Hawley or Ted Cruz or whoever they keep name dropping. You know, terrorist. Josh Hawley. Terrorism, insurrection, violence. Josh Hawley. Like, they are engaging in very, very borderline inciting to violence rhetoric. They are on that fucking line, and in certain ways, they are stepping over. So, you push it. You push the state, and you potentially have some of these people arrested. And basically, from there is a matter of how much power you possess. I think that there might be another notch where you could do something else, but like beyond that point, it then requires power, like actual power to act. And basically from there, it's, you know, forcing the channels down, pulling broadcasting rights, having the FCC get involved and pull down shows, prohibit people from speaking. Like, you are then leaning into direct state control, like direct government involvement. And the thing is are we to the point where that is warranted? I do think we are there. I do think we are there, where if the FCC basically got involved, pulled down the broadcast for CNN and said, stop doing this. You are engaging in incitement to violence. You are inciting violence towards the right. Stop doing this. I would support it. I would support the FCC or whomever pulling down the channel, stopping the broadcast, and saying, you're going too far. Your rhetoric is too extreme. Stop doing this. But that requires power. That requires an FCC where you have yes men in control, where you come in and they're like, you're a fascist and my Jewish lobbying group is going to come after you and all this other bullshit. They don't care. They're going to say, well, you didn't put me in this position. I'm loyal. Fuck you. It's going to require that kind of person in that position to engage in that kind of behavior, because the entire media apparatus will go to DEFCON 1. They will melt down, and all it requires from you is to basically, yes, Chad them. Like, you just pulled down the broadcast! Yes! And we'll do it again and to other networks. We did it and we'll do it again. Stop doing this. So it's, watch the video you linked me? Oh, how long is this?
Mr. President.
Oh, this is, I don't know, dude. How long ago was this from?
It is an honor to rise today to speak in this chamber on behalf of the people of Missouri. I gotta check the audio. When I think of those who have served my state here before me, I am humbled. And when I think of the true and strong Missourians who have sent me here, I am sobered, because to represent them will be a great responsibility indeed. I pledge to my fellow Missourians that I will work at this task with all the strength that God can give me, and I will serve without fear and without favor to any man. We Missourians are known for our frankness, and today I will be frank, because this is a moment of great need for my state and for our nation. For this nation was born in a revolution by we the people, and premised on a revolutionary faith, that it is the people, the common man and woman, who make democracy work, and it is the calling of every generation to renew that revolution for their day. But in our time, our revolutionary faith is faltering, and in the heartland of this country, the great challenge of our age is unfolding. I come from a town called Lexington, Missouri. It's a small place, but a proud one. It's a place where people wake early and work late.
Do we have a timestamp in here, Sargon? Is there a timestamp with this? Because this is kind of meandering.
Themselves and their children. It's a place where people value honesty and gumption and love simple pleasures.
I don't need to hear, like, boomer talk.
Fine morning in a deer stand. The place that reflects the dignity and quiet greatness of the working men and women. These are the people who explored a continent, who built the railroads, who opened the West. These are the workers whose labor launched the Industrial Revolution. Whose ingenuity made the American economy the marvel of the world. These are the families who have rallied to this country's flag in every hour of danger, and who bear the burden of defending our nation even now. These are the patriots who man the fire department and coach the Little League. These are the generous who give $25 a month out of their gas money to assist people halfway around the globe they will never meet, just because they believe in helping others. They don't ask for much, and they live by a simple creed. Give the best of yourself to your family, your community, and your fellow man. And America is a place of promise, because in these hearts, honor lives. But these working men and women are confronting crisis today, and as they do, so does our democracy. After years of sacrifice, the great American middle is being pushed aside by a new, arrogant aristocracy. The new aristocrats seek to remake society in their own image, to engineer an economy that works for the elite but few else, to fashion a culture that is dominated by their own preferences. When they think of helping their fellow citizens, they think of making everyone else more like themselves.
Yeah.
Washington has just gone along. This town has embraced the politics of elite values and elite ambition, rather than building opportunities to thrive in the great and broad American middle. This has left middle America, the great American middle class, under siege, battling the loss of respect and work, the decline of home and family, an epidemic of loneliness and
people in the chat are like, say the N-word, Holly. It's like, come on, guys.
Despair. This is the crisis of our time. I'm afraid you wouldn't know it to listen to the talk of this town much of the time. As the crisis deepens, the political establishment looks the other way, rehearsing.
See, what's funny is that obviously it's not happening now, but the thing is with me, if I ever pursue office, you better believe that is always an ace that I will have up my sleeve, and you never know when it's going to get dropped.
And rehashing the political debates of 30 or 40 years ago. But there is no time for that any longer. The 21st century is upon us, and the great struggle of this century can no longer wait. The crisis that we face goes to the heart of our revolution. The United States is unique in history as a republic governed not by a select elite, but by the working man and woman, because we believe it is through the working man and woman that God chooses to change the world. And that change comes not through spectacular feats of daring or glory, but through everyday work and everyday sacrifice and everyday acts of courage and love. And so it has been the proud working people, our farmers and mechanics and teachers and tradesmen, who have defined the character of this country. But for too long now.
Yeah, I agree. Well, he is a senator, so you'd expect a decent speech. I'm not that impressed by this, unless this is going to go. Unless it's taking a left turn. I'm waiting for it.
Instead, our policymakers have entrenched the new elites and undermined the way of life that once bound this country together. It's time to face the facts. Over the last 40 years, our economy has worked best for those at the top, the wealthy, the well-educated. If you have a job in Silicon Valley or an expensive and prestigious degree, this economy has worked for you. And Washington has focused on how to get more people to join this elite. But if you want a life built around the place where you grew up, if your ambition is not to start a tech business, but to join the family business, to serve in the PTA or in your local church, well, you're told that you're not a success, and you're told that you're on your own. This is no accident. The people who make the rules now, who run our large corporations, who set the tone for our popular culture, all belong to the same class. This economy has been their economy. They made it for themselves. But in places like the one where I grew up, in Middle Missouri, good-paying jobs that you can raise a family on are going away. The jobs go overseas or south of the border or to cities on the coast, and once vibrant towns decline, taking with them the network of schools and neighborhoods and churches that make up middle class.
Yeah, I have to say this to Sargon. This sounds good, dude, but you got to realize that, people have been giving these speeches for 40 years, bro. I know the thing is with the difference in being in the UK, you don't know. I grew up listening to speeches like this. Everyone was talking about how, outsourcing all the shit, and the whole time they voted for it. The whole time they were voting for this shit while they were saying speeches like this. So I don't find this to be particularly persuasive. This is just kind of what, is a standard political speech.
Life. Rural America.
I'm waiting for the fucking out of left field, left field part of this.
Has been particularly hard hit. Rural Americans' life expectancy has not just leveled off, it's actually dropped. And for women without a high school degree, that drop has been staggering. In some rural places, residents struggle with outright deprivation. My home state contains some of the poorest counties in America, all in rural places that once boasted thriving small towns. As those communities struggle, want sets in. But the crisis reaches well beyond economics. The message that Washington has sent our whole society is loud and clear. Our elites are the people who matter, and those who aspire to join them. Everyone else is unimportant or backwards. And millions of Americans are left with the sense that the people who run this country view them with nothing but contempt and value them as nothing but consumers. These trends tear at our country's social fabric, and they undermine our common ethic.
That was a good point about they're nothing but consumers. That is a good point, and that is a little bit distinct.
Citizenship. Because being a free person, being an American, isn't just about what you can buy. It's about the pride that comes in supporting a family. It's about contributing something of worth to your community. It's about being able to look a neighbor in the eye and know that you're his equal. It's about respect. And too many Americans haven't been getting it. They're certainly not getting it from our cultural elite. The media, Hollywood, academia relentlessly press their values and their priorities on the rest of us. They advocate liberation from the duties of family and tradition. They look down on the plain virtues of patriotism, self-giving, and faith. They idealize fame and preach self-realization through consuming more stuff. And as they do, they assault the foundations of the great American middle. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised then at the epidemic of loneliness and despair that is spreading across working communities. Fewer young people are getting married or starting families. Drug addiction is surging. The opioid menace has ravaged every sector, every age group, every geography of working people. And it's not only pills. Heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, meth, and of course marijuana have flooded our streets and our homes. And everywhere, deaths of despair are mounting among farmers, among the young. Most shockingly, the young are the hope of our society. But in America today, they are taking their lives in numbers we've never seen in our history.
The suicide rate is across the board up. But the problem is that once again, who's committing the suicide the most? Who's the number one demographic? It's late Gen Z, early Gen Z, late boomers. So 50 years old, right around there, 55, 60. And it is a extremely high statistic, and it is white. That is the worst. And so you could say, oh, young people are committing suicide at a record rate. Yeah, that's true for fucking every demographic, bro. Come on. Needs to be a little bit better than that.
The well-off frequently note that our nation has never been richer. But the tragedy of youth suicide betrays a profound poverty of hope. And is that really so surprising? Today's youth must make their way in a society increasingly defined not by the genuine and personal love of family and church, but by the cold and judgmental world of social media. The typical young person is bombarded by video games and violence and the relentless status seeking imposed and modeled by our cultural elite. There is no more shocking illustration of our cultural poverty, no more damning indictment of our cultural leaders than these lost lives. And the sum of it all is that too many Americans are losing their standing as citizens. They are losing their voice in the life of this nation. And with that, they are losing their liberty. Because to be free is to have a voice. It is to have a say. It is to have the power of self-government. The chattering class often tells us that all of this, the jobs, the despair, the loss of standing, is the result of forces beyond anyone's control, as if that's an excuse to do nothing. But in fact, it's not true. Today's society benefits those who've shaped it. And it has been shaped, not by working men and women, but by the new aristocratic elite. Big banks, big tech, big multinational corporations, along with their allies in the academy and the media. These are the aristocrats of our age.
Yeah.
They live in the United States, but they consider themselves citizens of the world.
Whoa! Now that's a little bit out of left field. I'm liking where we're going.
Or run universities here, but their primary loyalty is to their own agenda for a more unified, progressive, and profitable global order. These modern aristocrats often claim to be a meritocracy, and many of them truly believe they are. What they don't see or won't acknowledge is that the society they have built works mainly for themselves. They've effectively run this country for decades, and their legacy is national division and national decline.
Yeah.
Mr. President, it is time to reclaim our revolutionary heritage and reassert the democracy of we the people. To those who despair at the task ahead, I say the hour is not too late. The crisis is not too deep for the determined effort of a great people. And to those who feel forgotten...
People in the chat, stop saying, like, who owns the banks, name them, blah, blah, blah. Stop it.
And unheard, I say...
My fucking stomach is gurgling. I'm going to have to get out of here and get some food soon. At least I'll have to check upstairs. I might have something upstairs to eat, but I'm dying here.
This is your time. Now we must stand together to renew the promise of our enduring revolution. We must put aside the tired orthodoxies of years past and forge a new politics of national renewal. We must begin by acknowledging that GDP growth alone cannot be the measure of this nation's greatness, and so it cannot be the only aim of this nation's policy, because our purpose is not to make a few people wealthy, but to sustain a great democracy. And so we need not just a bigger economy, but a better society. We need a society that offers rewarding work for every worker who wants it, wherever she is from.
I know. Somebody in the chat caught it. He said, he talked about our heritage. It's like, you got to address it. If you're going to do so, you got to address it. It's like, that's another thing. Like, that's a big elephant in the fucking room, are all the paper Americans. That's a problem. It's a problem, and we just have to address it. It's like, not every person is a problem, but we got way too many fucking paper Americans in this country. And it's legit caused not half, but a considerable part of what is going wrong in this country.
Whatever degree he might have, whether their ambition is to start a business or to start a family. We need a society that will allow towns and neighborhoods to flourish across the great heartland of this country, not just in the mega cities of the coast. We need a society that puts American workers first, that prioritizes them over cheap goods from abroad and offers them the chance to better their station. All this we must fight for, and more. We need to repair the torn fabric of our common life. We need a politics that prioritizes strong marriages and encourages strong families.
The question is going to be, though, like, you get a fucking congressman or a senator that the day they fucking say, like, our Anglo-Saxon heritage, like, what's going to happen that day? What is, like, I'll let you guys in the chat speculate. What happens on the day that a congressman or a senator says, our Anglo-Saxon heritage? Holy shit, I'd be running for the fucking hills.
Where children can know their parents and be nurtured by their love. We need strong schools and churches and co-ops. because these are the things that make liberty possible. For liberty is more than selling or buying or the right to be left alone. Liberty is the ability to master our own fate, and as a free people, to set our own course. That's the promise of the American Revolution, and we will renew it for our day. Washington has ignored the need for this renewal for too long. It has rested easy with the priorities of an earlier age. Now it must wake up and face the facts of this day. Now we must ask new questions, force new debates, articulate new priorities, and find new solutions to make the great American middle thrive again. This is not the work of a day or a season. It is the work of a generation. We will make it the work of this generation, and so do our part to see the success of liberty in our time.
I've seen better, but not bad. Not bad. He seems like he understands some things, but the problem is that, like, you can talk until you're blue in the face. I never really felt any kind of actual passion behind what he was saying. It seems very just, him looking down at his cue card. And obviously, it's like, I'm not trying to say that there weren't parts that were fine. But none of that. There was only like a couple things that were in any way kind of outside the norm of like your standard fucking, your average GOP talking points. But that's not to say that there isn't room to grow. I'm not trying to disparage the guy. He doesn't come off as fucking slippery as Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz comes off to me as disingenuous. I don't know why anyone says that's, like, our guy. It's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But, I'd like to see this guy take some bold steps. And it's unfortunate because I don't see anything from this guy that makes me like a fucking neo-Nazi, says CNN, Jake Tapper. We need to fucking lynch this guy. I don't understand how this is the guy being demonized. Like, that's your radical conservative right there? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know about inauthentic, just not passionate. Just dispassionate is how I would describe it. If you're there, that's ultimately the problem with the Senate. The Senate is not a good thing. The only people that are allowed to be basically passionate are the ones that are so fucking entrenched that you can't get rid of them. They're the only ones. Every other senator is totally dispassionate. And it's because, like, it costs so much fucking money. And being in the Senate is not, like, it is tenuous for anyone that is not, like, fucking, Chuck Schumer or John McCain or any of these people, like, who have all the money in the world, all the connections in the world, who basically cannot be defeated. Lindsey Graham's another one. Like, you could dump as much money in the election, you can't stop them. If it's not those guys who can afford to be passionate and say whatever the fuck they want, everyone else is like, they're walking on eggshells 100% of the time, and they can't really do anything. And it's because they're afraid that any one wrong move, like, I think Josh Hawley right now, if he hasn't apologized, is being pressured from everyone to just get on his hands and knees and just, like, humble himself to the media in apology for supporting Trump or being right-wing or believing in Christ. I don't even know. Like, whatever they want out of him. But, it's been a while since I've seen a politician getting beat as hard as him right now. He's getting it the worst out of anybody, even Trump, I think. Let's see here. Where are we? But him being castigated in the way that he's being ongoing, it basically opens up two paths. Well, three paths. Path A, least resistance, is apologize, be a standard shit Republican. Less traveled path B, stay the course. Be kind of populistic, kind of nationalistic, but still not breaking the mold as far as I can see, which is the status quo. Stay the path. It's less. It requires more hardship to do that now. That's path B. Path C, hardest, least likely. Realize that everything that you just said in this speech is justified by a severe magnitude that looks hyperbolic by the standards you're setting by just like, oh, the media and Hollywood are elitist. Blah, blah, blah. Like, it is significantly worse than that. They're trying to get you shot, Senator. The media right now is actively trying to get you assassinated right now. They're inciting violence against you directly. To you specifically. They are trying to get you murdered. If your reaction is not to double down and become passionate, then you're kind of a fucking pussy that I don't respect. Just put it like that. Because they are, and I mean that. Like, Jake Tapper and all these cocksuckers, they legit want this guy shot. They're getting ratings on that. Where the fuck were we? Oh, that was Sargon. I was gonna put up a new image. Put up a new image. What do we got? What do we got? The question is, do I want to go spicy or not? Should I go spicy or not? Ooh, that one's pretty spicy. I don't know. I don't know, peoples. I don't know if we want to get too spicy on this stream. That one's very spicy. I can't do that one on stream. Shit. I think I already posted that one. Take a look at this one. And I'm trying to find a good middle ground. Something that's spicy, but isn't going to get my shit banned. I already posted that one. I guess this one. This one's fairly tame. We'll go with this one. Image isn't very good. It seems like it's pixelated a little bit, so I'll put it there for a little bit. Alright, let's see. Is there any that are a little bit spicier than that one now that I'm looking? Oh, there's some trad ones in here. I might save those for another stream. I think I already posted this one. Yes, I did. That one's spicy. That one, I don't think I can get away. That one's spicy. I don't think I can get away with that one. Here, I'll post this one. This one's pretty cute. Yeah, I'll post this one. This one's cute. That picture's a little bit pixelated, so I was gonna get a new one. Here you go. This is a cute one. Degenerate garbage. People in the fucking stream are angry. Glowy says, what the right wing needs to do is seize elected office in the states first. Well, they're doing that. They didn't lose anything in this last election. As far as I know, they took seats in the states. Secure the states and the election process, then push for federal office. Well, that's the smart way to do it. It's to basically branch out, get more people involved, instead of just dumping fucking money into like Senate races and shit. You gotta go for the grassroots. You got obvious grassroots support with Trump. Branch out, find some well-off to semi-well-off boomers or Gen Zers, and then bring them into the process, have them run for low-level shit, occupy those positions, compete against Democrats, push some money here, push some money there, and take the states. That is a smart move, and it's a way to get people more involved in the process. So I agree. And then eventually you can push it up to the federal level. But the obvious fear, the people would say in comparison to that the federal offices have more power and that they're basically going to pack the courts, make Puerto Rico a state, and blah, blah, blah. Or D.C. So the obvious is, in the Puerto Rico's case, it's the simplest. Make the case for Puerto Rican independence. I support Puerto Rican independence. Every Puerto Rican I've ever met, regardless of whether they speak English or not, which has been the minority that speak English, they actively support Puerto Rican independence. So make the push for Puerto Rican independence. How do you eliminate the possibility that Puerto Rico becomes a state? You fucking eject them. Puerto Ricans don't see themselves as Americans. None of them do. I've never met one that does. Angry Joe might be the single one who's like mixed race or some shit. Like, I don't even know if he's like actually Puerto Rican. He's like half white, half Puerto Rican. Every other Puerto Rican I've met in my entire life, or have interacted with, or seen, or whatever, has been a dyed-in-the-wool, like, ethno-statist, fucking nationalist at the minimum for Puerto Rico. Dump them. It's the easiest way to solve this fucking problem. Now you just eliminated one of the two. And Puerto Rico is more likely than D.C., from my understanding, because there's a constitutional issue with D.C. But with Puerto Rico, nothing's stopping them. Nothing's stopping them. So eject. Make the case for Puerto Rican nationalism, Puerto Rican independence. Make the case. Guess what? Puerto Ricans are going to go something in Spanish, and you're going to get it. Get a referendum there, even though they'll never want to do it because it's controlled by Democrats. They'll show up. They'll vote for it. Get rid of them. Eject them. They're the worst example of paper Americans because they all are nationalists of their own goddamn nation, which is specifically not American. Get rid of them. So yeah, I don't know what was wrong with the right. They're gonna make Puerto Rico a state. They're gonna make Puerto Rico a state. So get rid of it. Get rid of the Puerto Rican question. Dump their asses. Give them independence. They fucking want it. Let fucking the Spanish take them over or the Chinese. I don't give a fuck. Get rid of them. I don't even know what is wrong with the fucking right. You know, this is one of those issues where it's like, what the fuck are we waiting for? They're going to make it a state. They're going to make it a state. Get rid of it then. So yeah, good post by Glowy here. Dr. Sarcasm Esquire says, her name is Ashley Babbitt, or was Ashley Babbitt. Say her name, hashtag say her name. Yes, Ashley Babbitt was shot by a retarded cop in the Capitol who nearly shot 2 other police in the process of killing her. Great police work, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly killing 2 other cops as you shoot an unarmed protester. Great work, guys. Let's bring it on home, guys. We fucking executed a veteran. Great work. Brad says, we need conservative intellectuals if we want to populate the institutions. You can find those people in the children of the working class who get educated. The globalists have suppressed them by destroying social mobility for international mobility. Yeah. That's a very salient point there, Brad P. Very salient point. Well said. I agree. The point I never got to make with Sargon is that I'm not trying to basically destroy our... I'm not saying... I obviously am excluding people like Thomas Sowell and others like that. I mean, I already named them. Is it George Will? George Will, David French... Ben Shapiro. Just there's other names that you could give that are like the actual intellectuals. They work for all the think tanks. Thomas Sowell is not wrong, and he's not a bad guy, and he's, I would say he's one of the good ones out there, but the problem is that he's old. He's an old guy, and that's very sad. But he's one of the rare ones. A lot of these other guys are internationalists through and through. They're not philosophical conservatives in any way, shape, or in form, and so fuck them. Get rid of them. They're actively trying to hurt us at the moment. They're actively trying to get Democrats elected because the Democrats are internationalists, so are they. They're trying to hurt the party because the Republicans are becoming nationalists. They know this. This is why they're doing this. So we need to eject them because they're fucking up the apparatus. They're within the apparatus, and they're fucking us up. We need to get rid of them. Bill Kristol, that's a big one. David Frum, Bill Kristol, George Will, all these cocksuckers. They're actively subverting the party. We need to fucking get rid of them. Salpia, dude. Spain is so fucked up from what people tell me. Spain is like fucked up at the moment from what people tell me. I think we should pay. I will give the Spanish government $1 trillion to take the Puerto Ricans off our hands. That is basically what we give them in a goddamn year. That might be half of what we give them in a fucking year. We should give Spain $1 trillion to take Puerto Rico. And I don't even give a shit. Make them a colony, turn them into a pane of fucking glass. I don't care. That should be our goddamn position. Because they are cancerous. The Democrats are scheming to turn them into a state because the Puerto Ricans themselves are out to lunch gibbers. It is a nation of gibbers. And I don't give a shit what anyone has to say about that. Bigotry, generalized statement, I don't care. Puerto Rico is a nation of gibbers. And they need to get gone. Fuck them. They don't want to be. They just want our money. Fuck them. Give them to Spain or give money to Spain to fucking take them. And I'm not even joking. I'm sorry if there's anyone who's listening to this who's like, oh, I'm a red-pilled Puerto Rican. I'm sorry. But I swear to God, I can't stand your country. I've met so many Puerto Ricans, and they are obnoxious, and they don't speak fucking English, despite being U.S. citizens. Angry Joe is like one of 5 fucking Puerto Ricans that I have any interaction with who speak fucking English. Do you have any idea how aggravating that is? I know more Arabs that speak fucking English. Let's see here. People are like, wow, Louis, why are you so angry? I don't understand this guy's anger. You have no idea. I've already told the anecdotes before of me sitting in court waiting to testify against somebody or investigating someone who's a Puerto Rican for insurance fraud in a car crash, so car insurance fraud, workers' compensation fraud, general insurance fraud, all of these different things. And it's like they're showing up late, they're blowing off hearings, they're fucking showing up and they require a translator for anything to occur. They're getting fucking state-paid lawyers, state-paid, advisors, state-paid interpreters. It's so unfucking believable. They are the biggest gibbers in society. People could say, oh, 6%, 13%, oh, the blacks, this and that. No! The Puerto Ricans are the biggest gibbers in society. At least black people speak fucking English! Puerto Ricans are the biggest gibbers in the society. And if you don't say so, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have no direct experience. I cannot begin to tell you. There was one hearing where I'm not kidding. It was 3 people, state paid. Okay? Publicly paid lawyers. Lawyer from the state, publicly paid. It wasn't I'm, pro bono. No, I mean the state paid for the attorney. So, public defender where it is not pro bono. pro bono, excuse me. State paid translator. The state literally paid a translator to be there. State paid advisor as to what they can do, what they can't do. So they got a lawyer and an advisor in terms of what they're allowed to do, what they can and can't do. Like, they got like a fucking team. A team. A legal team. And everything is paid by the fucking state. For one fucking case. Oh, my fucking God. Like, you people just don't get it. I couldn't take it. Like, I would be sitting there, and I would just be sitting there, like, seething as I was watching this. It would make me so fucking angry. I'd be sitting there in the courtroom, like, or in the waiting room, listening to all this, where they're translating, the judge is talking, where the lawyers are debating, and I realize that it's not a case. It's not a public defender. It is a state-paid attorney. The state is paying the bill of an attorney to represent this fucking paper American who's committing all sorts of crimes, and is like trying to make the case like, because I don't speak English, the law doesn't apply to me. Like, that's the fucking argument that they're making. And I'm sitting there like ripping my fucking hair out. Oh, man. People say whatever they want to. Everyone's like, oh, man, I'm red-pilled on the black, so I'm going to say all these disparaging things about black people. Listen to me. Do you know the truth about black people? Listen to all these disparaging things I have to say about blacks. When it's like, no. You know what the real red pill is? That Puerto Ricans are the biggest gibbers in the United States of America. That's the fucking truth. Take the real red pill. Oh, shit. People are making fun of me for having the Freudian slip of, instead of saying pro bono, I said pro boner. Who the fuck is gonna buy fucking... People are like, oh, sell Puerto Rico. What nation is gonna be so retarded to buy them? Outside of maybe China, so they could put nukes on it or something. Who the fuck is gonna buy Puerto Rico? Shit. I can think of some really mean things to say right now, but I'm not going to. I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. Just gonna move on. Oh shit, where was I? Dr. Sarcasm Esquire says, tithing for the pastor, stay warm during the winter. I'm trying to, it is fucking cold. Seeley says, I watched a video titled, What is Poverty? 1960s UK. It brought a tear to my eye, wonderfully graceful woman in it. People from my Generation Z have had so much stolen from us. It is partly why we are such extremists. I don't think liberalism can fix this. No, it's probably going to be a combination of, like, cucked liberalism that is basically cucked to conservatism. Like, philosophical conservatism is basically going to have to lead the way, but the problem is that if you take a hard look at the right, there are very few philosophical conservatives. There are a lot of philosophical liberals. And the problem is that they don't have any solution. They realize this too. Like, they're realizing we don't have any solution to make this society better, so what do we do? Like, it really is something that's occurring right now. Oh, shit. Dark Alley Rambler, here is a super chat I've been sending all the creators I care about following, planning to nuke my YouTube account end of the week. So please sync to Library Odyssey. I have BitChute but barely use it. I don't really know much about those other accounts, so sorry. I'm sorry you gotta go. I mean, I am on BitChute, but I don't really know much about, like, Rumble, Rumble, Odyssey. Like, I've only heard of Odyssey by name and Library by, like, name, so I'm sorry, but I don't really know those websites. Thug Life Bear says, search Lindsey Graham heckled at an airport and slow it if you haven't already. I think I have seen that. Why? I don't know if I want to play that because it might be copyrighted. Is this from the other day? What the fuck? Oh, the internet. Hopefully this is it. Ooh, it's on Reuters. Fuck it, I guess I'll play it. You gotta be real careful, because I get my shit fucked with all the time by, like, faggots who are like, oh, I captured this video and it's copyrighted through this and that and it's blocked in all these countries. I hate video sometimes. Is this what you guys are talking about? Like him being called a traitor?
So we are in the airport with Lindsey Graham here, guys. He's being called a traitor. Guys,
were they on the loudspeaker? Sound.
You are a traitor, Lindsey Graham. A traitor.
Is there a point to this? Like, this is stupid.
Can you take an oath? Yeah, I did. Yeah, you pissed on that oath.
Man, he looks so weak. He looks so weak in this. Oh, shit. I don't. What's the point of this? Is there anything more than that?
He is being escorted out of the airport right now, or at least out of here.
Hey, listen, cop. Don't push this black Trump supporter, you fucking white supremacist. Man, he looks so weak. Look at him. He's like his head down. Ugh. His face looks really red, too. Is that just from, like, a suntan? What is that?
Welcome to the new America, Lindsey. This is the rest of your life.
That's funny. This is the rest of your life, Lindsey. That's funny. I like that. That's funny. Yeah, you took an oath. Yeah, I did. And you pissed on it. That was funny. That was funny. So there you go there, Thug Life. I hope that's what you wanted. Space says, I'd run for political office if I didn't have an undeletable private Facebook DM saying nigger 8 years ago to current SJWs. I mean, you could always take a chance. You know, you could delete that shit. It depends what you have to lose, really. Like, if you got a lot of stuff going for you, if, like, you're already married and stuff, and you just got to tell, like, your wife or your fiance, whatever, just be like, listen, I said nigger on Facebook as a joke 8 years ago. Like, do you care about that? She'll probably say, no, I don't. And you could say, well, I'm thinking about running for some office, and that might come up. Just wanted to let you give you the heads up. And do that with your family. You know, my family's aware that I say nigger from time to time. But they're mostly confused by it because they're boomers. They don't seem to get that it's like, yeah, everything's fucked and the 90s are over and everyone's like insane and race conscious and all this other shit. And I've like tried to bring up the idea that like, yeah, you guys do realize that like Indian reservations are ethno-states, right? Like you have to be racially Indian in order to live on the reservation, qualify any of the rights, buy any land, anything like that. You do realize that all those laws are race-based, right? Do you support that? No. Well, do you think we should abolish it? No. Why not? Oh, well, because we killed the Indians 300 years ago. Well, was that even us or was that the British? And even if it was us, so what? We had a war, we won, we set the terms. Do you think we should let the Japanese do whatever the fuck they want and the Germans and everybody else? No, we should set the terms. Right. We should do so with the Indians as well. Because if we could do that in victory with the Germans, with the Japanese, and others, why shouldn't we do it with the Indians? What is the real moral distinction when they were just as barbaric and savage and evil as others? You're telling me that the natives, the so-called natives, the Indians, were more moral than fucking Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan? I don't think so. So that's what I mean. Like, I'm not trying to say, and I've said this to my parents too, I think the millennials are dumb as fuck as it goes, and I don't know how much of an exception I am. But the issue is that there's a lot of shit when it comes to boomers they have never thought about in their entire life. Like, they're 65, they're pushing almost 70. They've never thought about any of these things once in their fucking life. And it's like, you really should have. Mrs. Obama, get down. Yeah, and that's the other thing. The whole problem with, like I was saying to Sargon, which he just fails to understand, is like everyone is so fucking retarded. It's like, do you think that a white ethno-state is moral or immoral? Oh, I think that's immoral. Okay, how about a black ethno-state? No, that's moral. Okay, an Indian ethno-state. Okay, that's moral. A Hispanic ethno-state. No, that's moral. Then why is a white ethno-state immoral? How is a white ethno-state immoral if everything else is moral? How like it's everybody. Everyone in this world is a fucking retard. Everyone. It's like a handful of people that are like, you know what? We shouldn't have a white ethno-state. We shouldn't have an Hispanic one. We shouldn't have a black one. We shouldn't have a native one. And we do currently have native ones. And people argue that tacitly we have them with, or ostensibly, with ghettos. Ghettos are basically black ethno-states. And it's like there is some truth in that because it is self-segregation. Like the big lie about ghettos is, oh, you know, the white man did this and the white man's pushing us down and the white man is lowering property values and all this bullshit. It's like, no, you're self-selecting to live in those areas. You are self-segregating. You are doing that. It is not the white man doing that. When you move, there's white flight. So white people leave. They're not moving in, and they're not moving you into there. You are moving into there. So it is self-segregation. And they form what are basically quasi-ethno-states. And guess what? They're terrible. They're awful. They're dysfunctional. And I don't know why people are like, oh, well, we need a white ethno-state. It's like, okay, I look at the native ethno-states, I look at the black ethno-states, I look at certain Hispanic ethno-states. Yeah, I don't really think we should try that. I really, really, really don't think we should try that. I think that's a bad, bad idea. Because all the examples that we got, all the examples in front of me, are fucking disastrous. So maybe we shouldn't do that. Japan is, in essence, an ethno-state, but it's not to the degree that people allege that it is. I've seen that discussed many times because there are aspects to it that are in some way racially conscious, but the most racially conscious that they are is against other Asians. As far as I can tell, when it comes to the Japanese, that is where they are most racially conscious, is against other Asians. And I talked about this with a few people. That appears to be generally true. They do view whites and others as basically foreigners, but the issue is that if, like, let's say you have a comparison. You have whites in South Africa, and you have whites in Japan. They are not comparable. Like, there is an active anti-white element in South Africa, which has, like, what is a native white population, a native white minority. And there's an entire political apparatus based around anti-white shit. But in Japan, that doesn't exist. And so, if you are there and you are white, from what I understand, it's going to be a hard-ass process to actually become a citizen there. But if you do become a citizen, or if you live there, most people are not going to give you shit for being white. Now, other demographics, maybe that's more questionable because I don't really know. But the question in Japan has more to do with other Asian ethnicities or nationalities than it does with we are a protectionist ethno-state, fuck whitey, fuck everybody else. It isn't like that, and I don't see that reflected in their politics. And it's to the degree that if it is there, it is just simply the natural policy of Japan. Wow, they have a tight immigration policy. When the fuck hasn't that been true for Japan? Go back 2,000 fucking years. When hasn't that been the policy of Japan? So to say that that's like a sign of ethno-statism, it's like... But that's been the default for them for thousands of years. And they don't think of it like that, as far as I understand it. Like, they don't put it in those terms. And to do so would be taboo, as far as I understand. To say it like that, as it relates to whites or whoever else, it would be taboo. It would be something that would be seen as so socially uncouth that people would reprimand it. Whereas if you said it against the Chinese or, I don't even know, South Koreans, whoever the fuck else, maybe that people would generally not see that as taboo. And people can say, if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to claim any knowledge. I have never been there. I've never lived there. I only have so much knowledge as it relates to Japan. But people cite that as like, oh, this is the dream ethno-state. But it's like, man, I don't, like, there are examples that you could pick that are ostensibly like that in, like, Scandinavia, countries that are, like, 98% white. Why Japan? Like, Japan is not in a good state. There's a lot wrong with Japan, and I just fundamentally don't understand it. They have very tight immigration controls. Congratulations. A lot of other aspects of their country are like in a tailspin. And I'm not trying to like make any light of that whatsoever. Society in Japan right now, there's positive aspects to it. Like wage growth. Yeah, look, they got wage growth there. That's good. I read about that like a year ago or so. That's great to hear. They have positive wage growth there. Cool. And there's a good labor market there if you're a worker. Good labor market where companies are competing against each other for workers. That's fantastic. That's unheard of over here. But societally, they got a lot of problems, and they'll tell you as much. So yeah, if I'm wrong about that, feel free to correct me. I'm not trying to say anything. I don't know what the malaise is in Japan, but at my core, I fear that, like, something we've interfered with in Japan after the Second World War, that we've basically thrown them off course in such a manner that it has led to their social malaise. And I don't know what it is, if it is the religious aspect of it. I fear that we may have participated in some way in creating the social malaise. And one of the things that I would like to do is meet with, like, Japanese, intelligent Japanese people and basically look over the terms that the United States has with them officially and say, okay, is there anything that we could do that we could pull back on that would help the Japanese culturally, societally? Is there anything that we could do that would help them in that particular way? Because one of the things that I don't want to do is, Japan is in large part an innocuous nation. I don't like the idea that we may be harming them in some way. And is there anything that we could pull back on that could help them? And I'm unsure. I am unsure. Maybe no, possibly yes. But it requires intelligent people from Japan to go over our diplomatic relationship with them and say, is there anything that we have set up that we're basically still imposing that we can pull back on? I see a lot of people talking about it in the chat. I'm seeing if anything. Yeah, China is basically what the alt-right wants. As far as I can tell, like, if you're an ethno-status type, China is basically the best model you have at the moment. Because they're like, yeah, we're a nation for only Han Chinese. We have a totalitarian government that controls everything. And we are just going to straight up ethnically genocide our own population that we dislike for whatever our reasons are. Like, that is pretty much what I imagine. Like, if you had, like, an ethno-nationalist government or an alt-right government, that is pretty much what it would encapsulate. Totalitarian regime, genocide. Because they don't really seem to be very rational in terms of what they argue. Sorry, guys, but that's how you come across. Man, my stomach is going crazy. I don't know how much longer I got because I'm starving. My stomach is literally eating itself. Give Japan Puerto Rico. No way, dude. That'll tip fucking Japan over. I would never do that. I'd never want to give Japan Puerto Rico, dude. It'd tip over the whole nation. It'd sink it. Fucking back. Seeley says, Fuentes is right about women. Female politicians are social climbers and status seekers. That's about half right. It's about half right. The Nazis literally, based on this, I don't know what you mean. The Nazis were literally based on this? That women are social climbers? What? Or are you saying they were based on that issue? I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. AA read a speech girls gave to women after they came to power. They came to power? It was genuinely brilliant. Screw optics, it's true. Oh, that's the problem you got. You had that Republican the other day say, like, oh, Hitler was right that we shouldn't propagandize the youth because it's effective. And that, bro, like, the entire establishment came down on her like a ton of bricks. Not because it's like, oh, excuse me, I represent the ADL, I'm so offended. It's like, you actually gave away our position? Fuck you. Like, that's what it was all about, man. It's what all this is about. It's like, they don't believe in any of this. You know, they don't believe in any of this. It's all like, you gave away our position. Fuck you. You're an anti-Semite. Blah, 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 blah. You agree with Hitler. It's like, she's not agreeing with Hitler. She's saying Hitler said this. It rings true. It was a strategy of his. It's saying it's immoral, you motherfuckers. But they know it. They fucking know it. Screw optics, it's true. Yeah, thank you. Kirnath says, I'm Korean, and unfortunately the Korean population listen to AM talk radio. And unfortunately, man, the translation for this must be fucking ridiculous into explaining this to me. I've heard some insane shit about Korea. I assume you mean South Korean, obviously, but like, somebody tried to explain to me like what Korean society is like. And it was like explaining to me how a fish spends its day. It's like, fucking what? It's so bizarre. Sorry, but I had someone explain it to me once. And unfortunately, AM radio is loaded with the same kind of position, poisonous, stupid crap as the mainstream media is. They don't source anything, or they don't source any right-wing sources, and it's extremely frustrating. Yeah, what can I say? It seems like South Korea is as well in like a freaking tailspin culturally and societally. And there, it's like, I don't even know what America could have done. You know? In Japan, maybe there's a problem that we could solve. But South Korea, man, it is like, it's basically the version of I guess, Italy or maybe Spain. I guess Italy might be the best example of a society that is like crumbling. Sorry, but like insanely high suicides. Everyone's miserable. There's all these insane political conspiracies and fucking scandals. Like no one's getting married. Like the birth rate is 0.00001 and all this shit. Japan also has a similar problem, but it seems like South Korea is in a worse position. At least from my understanding. I look at that and I don't know what's going on. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get what the malaise is, but it's the same malaise is in Europe. The same malaise is all over Europe. As far as I know, it's Greece, Italy, some other nations. It's just crazy. And it is true in the United States. It is true in the United States that we have the same problems, but it's masked by the 5 trillion paper Americans we import. I've talked about this with a few people, and they deny it. They deny it like as if they were denying, like I was saying the moon was made of cheese. But the fact is that the birth rate in the United States is very low for the native population. But the problem is that we're importing half the world to offset that. So the fact is that if we ever had a moratorium on immigration, basically then people would realize, like, holy shit, we have a negative birth rate. We don't have a replacement rate growth in our population. What the fuck? And it would become an issue. But then it would be an issue like black people don't have a problem with it. They're pumping out kids like rabbits. It's white people. It's white people. So now what do you do? Now it's white people have a problem. Oh fuck, what do we do? Just import half the world. Import half the world because we're trying to cover for the fact that white people have a massive dysfunction that other populations don't. It's disproportionate. And that's one of the reasons why they're doing it. I'm telling you, that is one of the reasons why they're doing all of this. Cheap labor, votes, taxation, basically serfdom. But that's another reason, is America doesn't have a replacement rate. We don't have a population growing that can be that's replacing itself. So we have to import the third world. Because white people aren't growing as a population. And I'm sure people would attribute conspiratorial stuff to that. I'm saying that for purely pragmatic reasons. You can attribute whatever conspiracies you'd like to, because there is anti-white bias, sure. But I would say that being that this has gone on since 1965, that I don't think it started with the intention of we're going to replace the white population. I think it started with we're going to flood the labor market. And later on, it was like, oh shit, whites are becoming dysfunctional. Fuck it, increase the size of the people we're bringing in. Okay. I'm gonna have to speed this up because I'm starving. My stomach is like going crazy. Chris says all animators are in LA. They are all between getting more crazy since the Biden win. A lot had a fuck the fans moment dedicated at the right-leaning fans, openly saying if you find artists on Parler to blacklist and deplatform them, and they all cheered for it. Yeah, I'd be very careful there, Chris H. Canadian Bacon Man says Hassan Piker is a loon, but he is friendly. He's friends in remarkably high places. Just last month, he was streaming Among Us and talking politics with one of Canada's federal party leaders, Jagmeet Singh. Is that retard with the turban? Along with AOC, yeah, I saw that at least. Glowy says all Trump wants to help America. All Trump wants is to help America and solidify his support from the right. Okay, If Trump wants to help America and solidify his support from right, he needs to go to small town America with vision to build it up. Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't know. That sounds kind of abstract for him. It doesn't sound like something he'd do, but it is a decent point. Calhoun says, hey, Louis, can you give me a fair rundown of Nick Fuentes? I've recently discovered him, but when I tried to do research on him, I just see left-wing pundit cancer on him, on how horrible he is. Is he a white nationalist? Do you like him? Thoughts? I would say that I like him. I would say that he is essentially a white nationalist. If he's not, then he's very close to it, as far as I can estimate. The issue with him is that he seems intelligent enough and reasonable enough that I think he could, with enough wins, be moderated. I might be wrong about that. But I had interactions today with white nationalists, and a lot of them are irrational. And that is the difference that I would say with him. Is that if he's not a white nationalist, he's close, that he is likable, and that he does raise good points that are at least worth listening to. I think he definitely He gets into diatribes, and I'm the same way, but I think it's in kind of dumb ways that are flippant, and I mean it like that, just like stupid and unnecessary, and maybe that's his brand of humor, maybe, or his style. I find it just sort of dumb, but I would say that he's at least worth listening to, and that unlike so many people that are basically aligned with him, that he is rational, a lot of them aren't. And that's why I wish that you could pull him back a little bit, because he is an intelligent person from what I see of him. And it really is unfortunate that he's kind of crossed over that line. That he would be a lot more useful and a lot more tangible to what we want if he would pull back just a bit. But my hope is that if you took someone like him and maybe some... Oh, did I just mute myself? Not sure. Hopefully this is still coming through. I just muted myself. my hope is that someone like him, if he gets enough wins under his belts, and you can basically say, like, listen, we've got this problem under control, we got this, we got that, we got this. Do you still believe these sort of fanciful notions? My hope is that somebody like that and the people that he could represent would pull back and say, like, okay, maybe we don't have to basically go whole hog. Because ultimately my position, outside of the moral aspect to it, is to say that I don't think ethno-nationalism would work. Because it's like, okay, name me an example that you can say that works. And you're going to go to Japan, they got all these stupid esoteric examples. Like you have, what's his face? That fucking whack job with the accent. What is his name? He was born in Japan and shit. It's like they're so fucking esoteric and abstract, and it's like you look at the examples that you can find here, and they are disastrous. They are fucking disastrous, and it's like, yeah, that's what we need to replicate, but with white people. It's like, you guys, like, at the very minimum, like, you have to offer something. You can make arguments, which is diversity is making our country more or less harmonious, more chaotic. Yeah, you got an argument there. I think that rings true, that the more diverse America's getting, the more chaotic it's getting. That's true. But the problem is, it doesn't require you to be an ethno-nationalist to believe that and to argue that. So you're going an extra step. You're going an extra mile. You're making a moral argument and a political one that to me is unjustified, because it's like you can't actually give an example. You're like a communist saying we need real communism. Well, has this ever been tried? No, but I still think this. Well, is there evil things that are going to result directly from this? Yeah, but I'm looking at my ideal. It's like, yeah, but a lot of bad shit's going to happen under your ideal, and you don't know if it's going to work, and you got no example where it ever did work, outside of a couple of examples overseas that are arguable, even that the label that you're ascribing to them applies, and that they're even in great shape. So it's like, yeah, and the thing is too is that, like, none of them say Israel, even though Israel is basically governed like that. None of them say Israel, even though that is basically how Israel is. It's like, oh no, Israel's got some, like, Arabs that in this or that. It's like, yeah, but they're basically under the watchful eye of the Jews. All the Arabs in Israel are under the eye of the Jews. It is basically run like an ethno-state there. And none of them cite Israel. And it's like, that might be, like, outside of that in China. Like, you got that in China. And fucking, it's like, China is legitimately evil, and Israel basically exists because we give them $100 trillion a year in fucking just towards defense, quote unquote. You know, $100 billion every quarter towards defense, quote unquote. It's like, yeah, okay, let's become Israel. Who's going to give us $100 billion a quarter? Who's going to give us that amount of money every fucking quarter? Who's it going to be? What nation is going to give us that? None. It doesn't exist. You know, Israel is like a better version of fucking Puerto Rico. It's like Puerto Rico with sovereignty. But in any case, I just don't think that what he sees, like what he envisions, is something that will work. And the models that do exist that you can tangibly offer are legitimately more evil than what we have now by a magnitude. Like, let's impose the China model. And it's like, yeah, I don't really want to participate in a system where we're going to be genociding innocent people. I legit don't want to participate in that. That sounds legitimately fucking horrific. And it's going to be a taint that we will never wash away. And it's like, how do you know that in 50 years in China, they're not going to become Europe? How the fuck do you know the future of China if that's your golden example with all the disgusting things they're doing? How do you know that eventually they're not going to turn around and basically view that as the ultimate black eye, and they'll never recover from it? Look at the fucking Germans, for crying out loud. Do you really want to do that? It's not a good idea. It's honestly immoral. And like, the results are so much worse, and the upsides are so few. There's so few. They're all based on abstractions. It's nothing real. It's like communism, for crying out loud. Like, the examples that you give are dishonest, and the argument is based around other things. Diversity is leading to more chaos. Well, that's because people aren't integrating. Well, integration doesn't work. Well, we know that's not true. Irish, Italians, so on and so forth. Oh, well, they were white. Okay, well, we don't agree on what white is. Neither did the WASPs. Okay? We still don't. So even there with that argument of, well, it's because they were white. Well, are Asians just totally in the same position as blacks? Or are Asians leading all the charts in prosperity? And they're not committing any fucking crimes. They're literally lower than whites in committing crimes. So now it's not a white thing anymore. It is an integration thing. Well, now, no, it's integration, but also family, and it's like, well, now you're just making a liberal argument. Now you're basically going back from your ethno-nationalist position to a more traditionalist or integrationist or nationalistic. It's like, I've seen them do this. I've seen them argue this, and they do this. It's like Mott and Bailey kind of argumentation, where they're trying to slip in a crap argument with one that is from a position that's not actually theirs. It's a soft thing that's easy to argue and that everyone who's being honest agrees with, but then they're slipping in something else that's bullshit and it doesn't work, and they can't prove it does. Or something unnecessary. Like I say, I've also seen this done. So I know what would come of this. And I just think it's all unnecessary. Dude, don't even give me this shit. People in the chat, who's looking at China as a positive? Don't even give me that. Don't even give me that. Don't. I've seen the rhetoric. I've seen what's said. Don't give me that. Don't feed me bullshit. I'm not dumb. Anyways, thoughts. So yeah, I like the guy, but I think that he is slightly radicalized. But he is at least rational. He's smart and he's rational. And I think that basically the way that you deal with somebody like him and a portion of his audience who is rational is you address their concerns and you implement them to the best of your ability, because there are real concerns that he's addressing. Some of the stuff that Sargon and I talked about tonight, he's addressed. I've taught, like, Fat Ian is a reference to him. So I'm not dismissing him. I'm not demonizing him. I'm not doing anything other than saying that the problem with him is that he's past the point where he should be. And the problem is that he's taking on something that is not going to, like, the road that he claims to be on, that he has set himself on. There is no good end in sight. There is no good end in sight. The only way that he is going to get what he wants in the end is to moderate his positions. It is to, in essence, look at what other people are doing, who are just more civilly nationalistic, and accomplishing what he basically wants, but for different reasons. In some ways, either deferring to them or delegating to them to do it, and at some point accepting victory. That there is a means by which that he can accept victory under his own terms, under his own, what he wants in essence, but not go the extra mile to where he can have 80% of what he wants. But then there's the question of, well, America isn't still a white ethno-state. We're not a white ethno-state. The question is, do you take the W or do you continue to fight? And that's the question, because that, in my view, is when you are then fighting for something that is immoral, irrational, will never lead anywhere good. It requires barbaric evil to acquire. You go off into a territory where if you ever have a chance at victory, it will come with so much fucking blood that it is more evil than what exists at the moment, and you should never pursue it. That, to me, is my position on it and on him. It is to say, I hope that in the case that nationalists start taking W's, that he is able to accept that. Because I see with a lot of these other people, the people that were berating me all fucking day today, the people who were demonizing me all day today around pornography, all day, mocking me, deriding me, all day today over pornography, had no idea at all what my position is on pornography. No understanding at all what my position is. So that's the problem I worry about, is I take a position on pornography that is a total prohibition. And for that reason, they call me every name in the book, and they basically flame out, spurg out, take someone who is more on their side than opposite, and demonize them to the point where I'm blocking half of them. Because they're spurging out, and now I gotta wonder if they're gonna flag my shit. Because this is what happens every time. Whether it's insane leftists or these alt-right types. When they flame out, they spurg out because somebody retweeted me or something, they come to my shit, they flag all my shit, they go scorched earth on me. Every fucking time this happens, that they do this, even when we're not even in opposite camps. Ultimately, if they're being actually, like, in any way rational about what is being discussed, that's how they fucking behave. And it's like, well, how the fuck are you ever gonna win like that? How the fuck are you ever gonna get anywhere in politics like that? It's so frustrating. It's so aggravating. Because it's like all day. Now I gotta worry. Are these fucking faggots gonna flag my channel? Are these fucking retards gonna say, oh, this guy's a leftist, I'm gonna flag all this shit? Because they've done it before. So now I gotta block half of these fucking weirdos. It's so frustrating. There's people in the chat that don't get it. People in the chat that don't get it. Your fucking separatist bullshit is never gonna work. Your separatist bullshit is never gonna work. You're so dumb. So dumb. Just don't fucking get it. Don't fucking get it. Example after example staring you in the fucking face, and you don't get it. Dumb as fuck. What can I say? Oh, shit. The guest says, I'm glad the military and police have stopped pretending they're good old boys club because that was always a myth. Look at Norfolk, Atlantic Fleet HQ, and Solid Blue District. Think about it. Do you hear any gratitude from police regarding cons corp worship? Yeah, well, that's the problem. That's a little bit more complicated. The police issue is complicated. I know that people right now, because of the way the police are acting with the lockdowns and everything else and attacking right-wingers, and there's instances of them, like, defending Antifa and shit, like, people are starting to get really animated towards the police. It's more complicated. The right thing to do is to not say fuck the police. It is to infiltrate and take over police unions. If you want to be constructive, if you want to take W's, take over the police unions. Simple as. You don't need the mayor's office. You don't need to be the police chief. Take over the police unions. I don't know why people, like, don't understand it. It's not as easy as, but it's just a matter of, like, there's how you do it. The way police act depend on its union. Every time. Every time. Look at all the examples. If the union doesn't go with the fucking politicians, they resist their orders. And then they're in a trap. They're in a tenuous position. The NYPD is a great example of this. Where the union and the police, it's not holy. But it could be. It could be. They're unorganized. They're boomers. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And yet they're actively still putting pressure on the mayor's office and on the governor of the state. If you organized, if you had tacticians in there, if you had someone other than blue pill boomers doing this, you could actively do like a police strike or threaten it and mean it. And then the politicians couldn't do shit. They couldn't do shit. And so then you could have deferential treatment. You could have Antifa going out there, breaking up buildings and shit, abusing people, and the police come down with a ton of bricks where they're out there like fucking, not Rorschach, the comedian. They're out there like the comedian in Watchmen with a shotgun of like whatever it is, rock salt or pellets, whatever it is. Just spraying protesters, laughing as they do it. And then what the fuck is anybody gonna fucking do? They can't do anything. They could vote for the most radical left-wing faggot in the city. They can't do anything. Because then we control the unions. And if we control the unions, we control the police. The police chiefs don't mean shit. The majors don't mean shit. It's the union. I've seen people say that we need to abolish the police unions and shit. It's like, yeah, maybe 50 years from now. Are you kidding me? No, I don't agree with it's obvious where the police stand. That is not true. It is way more complicated than that. You've had police departments, you've had sheriff's departments all across the country, not in big number, but there's been more sheriff's departments than churches. There's been more sheriff's departments disobeying the lockdown shit than churches. Where do you stand on that? Oh, fuck the police. There's more sheriff's offices standing against the lockdowns than churches from what I've seen. It seems like a lot of churches are simps for the state. The state's like, hey, you can't proselytize. You can't hold procession or whatever. And the church is like, okay, sure. There's been kind of few churches. I don't know of any in my area. So, yeah, I'd be not talking too much shit. Because there's a lot of churches, especially in New York, that just bowed their fucking head to the state. Sheriffs are more complicated than police. Sheriffs are more complicated, but it seems like sheriffs are better. There's rare exceptions where you have bad sheriffs and bad sheriff's departments, but it seems like a lot of sheriffs who are just standard boomer fucking Republicans and whatnot, they're relatively good. They do, relatively speaking, they do a good job. Every time there's some kind of like, I'm going to stand up to the Democrat governor and tyranny, it's always from some like rural fucking sheriff. You know, talk all the shit you want about police, but I don't see a lot of fucking priests going out there saying any of that shit. To all the Christian cucks from my shit earlier, everyone preaching Christianity, I see very few preachers and whatnot having the balls to do jack shit other than get on bended knee and kiss the ring of Andrew Cuomo as master of the state. So yeah, we need to get the police unions under our control. Do you gratitude? I don't know. It seems like people are moving on from police worship because of Black Lives Matter and all the shootings and shit and whatnot. But it is frustrating to see. I know why people are frustrated, but you got to be more than just frustrated. To expect people to be on your side, it's like, what world are you living in? Like, oh man, the police should stand up for truth and justice and the Constitution and blah, 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 blah. What fucking society are you living in? Sorry, I know how harsh that sounds. What society are you living in? That's the exception. That's not the rule. Okay? A lot of, like, you want to know how these people think? How a cop thinks? A cop thinks like a wagey thinks. So people know the term wagey. A cop thinks like a wagey thinks. I got a career. I got a pension. I got kids. I got a family. I got kids. What, you mean disobey orders? I got kids, man. I got a career. I got kids. I got responsibilities. I'll do whatever. I'll beat down anybody if I have to. I got kids. That's how every single one of these fucking guys think. That's what they're like. That's how they think. That's why they act in the way that they do. Because they're getting orders, the union's going along with it, and so that's what they fucking do. To ascribe malicious intent on them, I think is kind of past the mark. Like, there are bad cops. There are, like, crazy-ass cops that are way, like, not cut out to be on the force and whatnot. All that jazz. Yada, yada, yada. But I've seen way too many examples of just normal people that are cops. But that is their fucking mindset. I got kids. This is a job. You know, if I get told to jump, I ask my commander how high. Like, that's the way they fucking think. So come on. No, but the Constitution, well, the Constitution. Well, what about their kids? They got it earned, don't they? No, the Constitution. Well, that's not how they fucking think. Wake up. Like, I don't know what I have to tell people. Like, I don't know what dreamland you fucking people are living in. I wouldn't say the cops are simps for government. I would say that the professional administrator is a simp for government. Cops are, I guess, deferential, but it's the sheriff's departments again. Like, I think you're being too broad. I think you're being too broad. I think you're really overthinking the way that they operate. You're ascribing to them intent that they don't possess. And you're avoiding areas that are obvious for why they're doing certain things. Why did whatever happened in Seattle and in Portland happen that way? Because the people there who were left-wing controlled the police entirely. The police had no recourse. They controlled the police entirely. That's how they were able to do what they did. They fully controlled the police. In New York City, did that happen? No. Was it perfect? No, but it wasn't equivalent. And the reason is they don't have full control over the police. That is the difference. Who the fuck ever said that sheriffs have unions? Jesus. Apparently, as I get hungrier, the chat is getting more ridiculous in terms of ascribing things to me as though I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Seely says, well, Natsu says, go eat. And yes, I need to. I'm going to be finishing things here pretty quickly. So thank you for the $1. Seely says on Fuentes and the Wignats, or Wignats, Fuentes agrees with a lot of the points on race and the tribe, but he understands optics and not screaming about J-Power. For a funny example, briefly watch Fuentes debate Patrick Little, shows how stupid wingnats usually are. Well, there is a difference between, again, it's based on how rational you are and whether you're willing to take the W. Whether you are rational enough to take the W and settle for what is basically a win. And I think that is the split, where the so-called wingnats will never accept a victory. There is no condition. It's like the communists. There is no victory for them. There is no win. It's impossible what they want. It's just not possible. Like, if they ever tried it, the whole of the nation would basically genocide them. There is no victory. Most people in this country are now race conscious enough to where it's like, yeah, my black neighbor down the road, I'm gonna fucking murder him in the name of the white race. Which is what half these fucking people believe. Like, I'm over here saying that we need to, create an intelligent manner by which to coax people into getting national citizenship in Sierra Leone or in Liberia, basically, and then revoking their citizenship once they get a felony. Like, that is racially based, and that is very much tactical. And it is legal. It can be legally done. That is intelligent, but the question is, if we do that, to where what's left are all the grilling black people, and all the people that are gone are all the felons, will you take that W? And that's the problem, is I would look at that and say, hell yeah. That's radical, and we get what we want. We kick out all the fucking scumbag criminal, recidivist scum. They're all gone. They're in Wakanda, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. Our nation is more stable. It's better. And all the good people are still here. The good people who are not like that, who are not recidivist, fucked up felons, they're here. So George Floyd is in Wakanda, and all the grillers are here. It's like 5 birds with 1 stone with that. Will they take the W? Will they take that W? And that's my problem, is I don't think they will. And that's the question I have for Nick, is if we ever, if that was ever happening, under the extraordinary stance of steps that it would require for that to happen, if it ever did, would you delegate? Would you accept that? Or would you press it further where it goes into the territory of, no, fuck that, just kick everybody else out who's not white, for whatever reason, where it is immoral? And that's the problem I have. Because there are people that are that irrational. There are plenty of those wingnat types that are that irrational, who are violent in their rhetoric. And for all I know, they're FBI agents. So I don't want anything to do with them. I want nothing ever, at any point ever, to do with those people. Because for all I know, they're fucking FBI agents. So stay the fuck away from me. And you can call me whatever the fuck you want to. Great. Do it over there, please. Stay the fuck away from me. Let the FBI go after your crazy ass. Well, somebody in the chat with, like, some Chinese syllables or Japanese, kanji, whatever, is saying they won't take the W. I don't know who you mean by that. Who do you mean by that? They won't take... Do you mean Fuentes? Who do you mean? I see MB who says he would. Well, I would like to... I guess the thing is with Nick, and it's why I don't want to put words in his mouth, and it's why I'm not dismissing him or anything like that. I've never seen... And I'm not saying he hasn't done it. I've never seen him debate anyone that would be, I guess he would say, more civically nationalistic than ethno-nationalistic. That I'm not trying to be like, oh, nation of immigrants, it's all an idea, anything like that bullshit. I'm not saying that. I don't ascribe to that. If you look at the United States, if you look at my 23andMe, certain things pop up. And it's like, in America, before the founding. Well... Who founded America? Was it Mexicans? Was it the Japanese? Was it Chinese? Like, who founded America? There are demographics, and it isn't just Anglo-Saxons. There were, like, Dutch settlers. Who else? Anglo-Saxons, Dutch. I guess people that would be technically Celtic. I know Scots. There were Scots. God, who else? I'd have to go through. Mainly, like, you know, Britain. Like, Great Britain. Like that was the heavy majority of who founded America. Are those comprised of ethnic groups? Yes. So, to say, like, oh, America was founded on just as an idea, that there is no heritage to America, there is a heritage to America. I know this because my 23andMe reflects that. It says that. It proves that. It proves that for a hell of a lot of Americans. A lot of Americans can trace their ethnicity all the way to the founding of the nation. A lot of people. I forget what statistic it is. It is a large statistic of Americans that can trace their heritage back to the founding. Well, what was that? Who were those people? You know what I mean? Nah, I don't know. French? I don't know about that. French? I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'd have to look at some factors around that. I didn't see that, but perhaps. Swedes as well in the chat? I don't know about that one. I haven't heard about too many Swedes that founded the nation. I don't know about that one. A lot of anglicized names that I see. A lot of John Smiths and Thomas Johnson and all this other shit. I don't see a whole lot of Borg von Guigergers, some shit. You know, I don't see a lot of fucking Nord bullshit like that, so... The Nords are white. I'm not saying they're not, but I am saying I don't see a lot of fucking Wolfgang von blah. I don't see a lot of bullshit in the founding of America. I might want to reread the names of the Declaration and whatnot. I don't see, you know, the Congregation, the first Senate and all this shit. I don't see, you know, all this other bullshit, you know what I mean? Shit. I know, there are French cities. I know. Come on, I know. People are getting angry now. They're like, no, you're wrong. What about this city? You know? Is it Jersey? Is it Jersey that's French? Let me look that up. It's technically part of the UK. What am I thinking of then? It's not Jersey then. What am I thinking of? Isn't there, oh god. This would be a lot better if I could actually remember what the fuck I'm talking about. But there is an example of French, but I just don't remember. I don't remember. Sorry. Yes! Louisiana! Fuck. I don't know why I forgot that. Sorry, it's the South. Entire segments of the South were ethnically French and culturally French and all this other shit. Sorry. I don't know why I whiffed on that so bad. I'm hungry and it's 11 o'clock at night. You got it. Sorry, I whiffed on that. I apologize. It is the South. You are correct. It isn't just New Orleans. It's Louisiana and that, like, surrounding area. I don't know if you can include Georgia anymore. I mean, Georgia might be so bad at this point that they're basically, Roman saluting, I don't know, Foucault or whoever, you know what I mean? Like, they seem to be kind of fucked. Illinois. All right, I gotta move on because I'm starving. But yeah, I that would be the question that I have had, because I find myself being defensive, and I've retweeted Nick Fuentes just recently. People have seen, if you follow me on Twitter, I've been retweeting him. Because if somebody makes a decent point, go with that. If somebody makes a good point, go with that. And I'm willing to say, like, defer to X person. Matt Walsh makes a good point, retweet Matt Walsh. Nick Fuentes makes a good point, retweet Nick Fuentes. Like, I'm not out here to demonize everybody and shit stir and drama and all this shit, but that's what people do to me. All day today, that's what happened to me. People are like, you're a fucking coomer, you're in favor of porn, you're part of the Jewish conspiracy, you're basically anti-white. All this stupid fucking shit. None of them. Zero asked what my actual position is on porn. Zero asked. Zero. Not one. Not one person asked what my actual position is on porn. None. All day demonizing me on Twitter. So, people like that, you lose. All those people are losers. Losers. Those people accomplish nothing. They're awful. They don't win you anything. They don't gain you anything. And they're irrational. They didn't even read the second tweet where I fucking explained my position. Like, what the whole fucking point was of the tweet in the first place. They can't read one more tweet just below to see what my fucking point was. People like that can suck my fucking dick and go to hell, and I'm gonna fucking block you. Because you're gonna flag my shit, and fuck you. Oh shit, I got another donation. Hang on. Trek says, how about the Parler data hack? Nah. That's just a rumor. I haven't seen that substantiated at all. I've seen some fucking 4chan crap about that. I want to see some actual substantiation about that. It's been a rumor all day that I've seen, and no one I've seen substantiate it. It's just been some lol, fuck Parler sort of bullshit. Spare me that. Substantiate it or go away. Spare me the image board bullshit. That's trust the plan garbage. Fuck off. Go tell me about how Donald Trump's going to save America too. Fuck off. Anyways, yeah, we've gone on long enough. Let me double check to make sure that's it. I appreciate all the super chats, so I guess we'll round this out. I appreciate Sargon for stopping by. It was real spur of the moment, which I always appreciate. I should be on a stream tomorrow. I should have advocated or mentioned this somewhere. Nick Rekieta. Anyone who's familiar with Nick Rekieta under Rekieta Law, I believe the channel is. I should be on his channel tomorrow, I believe at 11 p.m., I think is the time. I have to double check that. But, yeah. I should have probably mentioned that before, broadcast it out or something, but I guess I'll say it here, because there's still quite a few people left, and I'll tweet about it or something. Everything's fucking down. Gab is down. Everything is fucking down. So what can I do about that? So, thanks for Sargon for stopping by. Thanks for everyone. Oh, shit. Fucking Deplorable sent in $20. He says, go eat a Big Mac. I might. I was thinking about it. I probably shouldn't, since that I was gonna go for like a half jog, half walk today, but I didn't do so because I was busy earlier. I was at the mall just like browsing like a woman. But I might go do that, even though it's not a good idea because I don't really want to stay up that late. But the problem is I was probably gonna eat at like 6 or something, and then I never ate at all. I'll think about that. Thank you for the $20 there, deplorable. I guess if you have any other suggestions, tweet them at me or something. But anyways, thanks to Sargon for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for everyone who sent me a super chat tonight over Streamlabs or Streamlabs chat, whatever the fuck they're called. And I'll be back tomorrow with Nick Rekieta on his channel. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna talk about. I assume politics, but I don't know what the fuck we're gonna be talking about. So I guess you'll find out when I do, and we'll see how that goes. That was also a real spur of the moment too, so that was interesting. Anyways, thanks for stopping by and for the money, guys, and I hope you guys enjoy yourselves despite everything that's going on. Follow me here on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. I guess follow me on Parler if it comes back. I guess follow me on Gab because they're the only competition right now. If you have a suggestion that I should go to Minds or Rumble or any of these weird-ass sites that I barely have any idea about, subscribe to me there. Sorry. Post that to me. Like, go there, Louis. Go sign up there. Do this instead of that. Go to this website instead of that one. Send that to me basically on Twitter or in the comments to the video. Comment on that in the comment section or tweet me that shit. Send it to me on Subscribestar if you are subscribed to me on Subscribestar. Subscribe to me on BitChute and all the social media crap in the description. Subscribe to me on Subscribestar. Give me the Gibbs! Give me the Gibbs! I am hungry! I am hungry and I need the Gibbs. That's the only way that I can feed my hunger, I can satiate myself, is if you give me the Gibbs. And as it stands, the only real way to do that is over Streamlabs and over Subscribestar, which is a good website. I advocate people go there, subscribe to all your favorite people there for as low as $1 or whatever they charge. A lot of good people over on Subscribestar. Great platform. Very good. Recommended. Very responsible. Never had any problems with them whatsoever. I do like them. So I advocate you go subscribe to me on Subscribestar. Great platform. And go subscribe to all your fucking... it's like Ben Shapiro said just recently, if you want to do something, you're angry, you're frustrated, you're afraid, give me money. And that's what I'm saying to you, and that's what I'm going to sign off for. Thank you, Ben Shapiro. Shout out to Ben Shapiro for that great advice for me to give all of you. If you're scared, if you're despondent, if you're ready, if you're sitting there with the fucking pistol in your mouth and it's like you got the hammer pulled back, give me